Hello, hello. Chat, how are we doing today? How are we doing today? Happy Monday. It is so good to see you all. We made it. We made it to another week. Depending on what part of the world you were in, you might even have you might even be done with your day already, which is great. And to that I say, congratulations. You survived what many would consider to be the toughest day of the week. It is so good to see you all. We got Brisket in here. Hello, hello. It's so good to see you. We've got Cozy in here. Good to see you as well. We've got Humley is in here as well. Good to see you, Humley. So good to see you. Foxy is in here as well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Virgo is in here. Hello, hello. And to everyone that is lurking, hanging out while you're at work. Maybe you're hanging out with the little ones. Maybe you're cuddled up with a pet. It is so good to see you all. Truly, truly. We got to throw in some spoopy. I really love this one. I realized that there was a whole other page of emotes that I hadn't even considered. And right now I'm feeling the broom. I'm feeling the leaves. I'm feeling fall. Now, what I would love to know from you all, chat, is if you can throw some emotes in and let me know how you're feeling. What if there was an emote that could describe how you were feeling today? What would that emote be? I like the fall one. If there was a blanket one, I would probably throw that in there as well. All right, let me just check a few things, chat. Let me just make sure this is working. All right. It looks like it is working. I do apologize. I forget that I have to have this whole thing open and it's a whole thing. But Foxy, thanks so much for checking into the Casa. Virgo as well. Thanks so much for checking in. Chat, it's so good to see you all. I do apologize for missing yesterday. I was really bummed about it. I just was not feeling that great yesterday. But you know what? We're back. We're feeling good. And you know what I want to do today? I want to play a little Stardew. And so that is exactly what we're going to do today. And so hopefully if you're at work right now, maybe you're doing some work, maybe you're working around the house, maybe you're at work right now. Hopefully we can provide you with a little bit of positivity, a little coziness, and hopefully help you get through the rest of your work day, which I think would be really nice. Would be really nice. All right. Yesterday was cool and rainy, but today is nice and sunny. Oh, I love that. Yesterday was quite cool. It was quite cool yesterday. I had a good time. with like I've been enjoying the cozier weather. You know, they say fall is the best season, and for good reason, you know. Thank you so much, Virgo. Yeah, I was just I really try to be consistent with the streams, but I also want to give you all like the best of me every time. And if I can't, then it feels like I would be selling you all short, which would really bum me out, you know. But sometimes, you know, sometimes you must roll with the punches, I suppose. All right. Trying to think we're good. We're locked in. We're ready for this thing. Do a little spooky time. How was everyone's weekend, by the way? Did anyone do anything fun over the weekend? Do we have any fun experiences? Let me just make sure. Hopefully the music volume isn't too loud. It was raining a bit here yesterday as well, which was fun. Went to No Kings and got some yummy tacos after. Oh, tacos sound so good. You know, I'm actually making burritos tonight. I'm so excited. So excited. I have not had burritos. I have not had burritos in quite some time. So it is something I'm looking forward to. Make my own salsa tonight too, which is really nice. Make my own salsa verde, which will be really good. I always love to make my own pico. I think we talked about that a few days ago too. Love to make my own pico. And so it's all fresh stuff. I think the only thing I'm missing is like homemade tortillas. But that's okay. I don't have time to make homemade tortillas today. I'm attempting shawarma right now in the crock pot. Ooh. Oh, that sounds so good. Now that is a cozy meal. That is a feel-good meal for sure. No, I love that. I worked OT yesterday. Wow. Just wrapped up work. Oh, nice, Meg. Nice. Congratulations on getting through Monday. Truly, truly. I know Monday can be, you know, Monday it can be a tough day for sure. It can be a tough day. Homemade tortillas take half a day to make properly. Yeah, I know. I made them once a long time ago, and it was a very long process. But I mean, you know, we made tacos with them, and they were totally worth it. Totally worth it. But it gave me a newfound respect for places that, you know, if you go to any place that makes, you know, homemade tortillas, just how much love and like attention goes into them. It's incredible. But man, the quality of it compared to like the store-bought ones is so different. But you know, I still get a store-bought tortilla, you know, all the time. You know, I make chips with them. It's great. Just hanging out with my sister and her family. Our kids are similar ages, so they had a blast with the sleepover. Oh, nice. Work was crazy, but going good. Good today. Now it's late, but I'm chilling and knitting. Oh, that sounds so cozy. I love that. I love that. You know what I miss? Now that you mention it, Brisket, I really do miss like sleepovers. I think back to the days of when, you know, playing, you know, Wind Waker and Ocarina of Time with a couple of friends, and we would just be up until, you know, 2 or 3 in the morning, just gaming and talking about everything. And you think back to those days, and life was so much more simple. It was so simple then. And yeah, I think adult sleepovers should totally be a thing. Totally be a thing. You know, just get snacks, movies, some gaming. Good stuff. Good stuff. I still have sleepovers. Sleepovers aren't just for kids. I love that. That's so cool. Yeah, I 100% agree. Sleepovers are not just for kids. But somewhere along the line, it's like you grow up and maybe, I don't know, maybe we grow out of it. Or maybe someone tells us that we're not supposed to have sleepovers anymore. But you know, maybe it's something that's sold to be for kids, but I 100% agree that you know, that adult sleepovers, I feel like probably would be a really, really good vibe for sure. They'd probably be so fun. My friends and I do them consistently. See, that's got to be really good for the friendship too. Yeah, we watch movies, play games, just hang out. Oh man, that would be awesome. I have not done an adult sleepover in probably since I was a kid. But I think about them all the time, like some of the simpler pleasures and the things that we would enjoy growing up. And yeah, that's definitely one of them. Definitely one of them. I don't enjoy being away from my own space enough to attend sleepovers. That's true too. Yeah. I mean, I'm in that same boat as well. I love my bed, and I love my space, and I love my Bath and Body Works sprays, and I love my humidifier, you know, and it's like all that stuff is there. And you have, you know, especially when you spend time creating a space and making it exactly as you want it, you know, you realize how much you don't want to not be in that space, you know? Yeah, I used to do sleepovers in my 20s, but in my 30s, say no. That's fair. That's fair. I like the idea of trying to hold on to some of those novelties and the things that we do as kids that somehow disappear when we become adults. Yeah. My last one was when we turned 13. We had such a good time, but we're going back again this upcoming weekend. We live an hour drive away from them, so it's nice to meet them. Oh, that's so cool. An hour drive, holy. That's bananas. I don't sleep well, so I'm not sure about doing one now unless it's somewhere I can be up in the night. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, we'll put some Stardew jams on for a little bit, shall we? While we enjoy a bit of Stardew. Could be fun. Yeah. Plus, I'm wiped by 9. I know. I feel like if I would try to do a sleepover now, I feel like it wouldn't even last that long. You know, maybe we'd meet up at 5 or 6, you know, prepared to do this all-nighter sleepover thing or just be up really late. And I think by 9 or 10, you know, would probably tucker out. You know, it sounds good in theory, though. What? Okay. We never do all-nighters. Most of us are moms. Oh, I got you. So you probably have to be up early anyway, you know? All right. Chat, hopefully the volume is all right. Hopefully the volume is all right. But how's you say we play a little Stardew today? I know I owe you from yesterday a little Stardew Sunday. Last time we left off, we were doing a bit of redecorating, if you will. We're doing a little redecorating. And on this new farm with our dear Marcy, right? She's looking great. That's probably good. Probably good enough, right? Or should we be zoomed in even more? How much can we zoom in? Oh, wow. It's way too much. I didn't realize you could do that much. That's probably decent. That's probably decent. Can you move yourself down? Absolutely. Absolutely. Sorry about that. Absolutely. All right. So our goal, we're specializing in coffee. We're specializing in wine, right? As you might expect. We can't enter the town before 7 p.m. We're trying to create relationships with many of the outcasts or like gothy characters. So obviously there's a few options here. And so we'll continue to work on those things, but I guess in the meantime, you know, it's still the first, I guess it's second week now, but yeah. I didn't catch the end of the last one, so I was wondering what day it would be. Yeah, we're still pretty early in, you know, just on the 9th day. I think our goal was to hit the mines, perhaps. I don't know if we've done anything here. Yeah, I don't think so. We got our little cat here. Unless it's Stardew Monday is a perfect end to the day. I thought so too. I thought so too. Now, since it's pretty early, we're just going to hit the mines for a little bit. You know, it's not really a whole lot that we can do, you know, the various parts of town, but you know, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Linus was a vampy too, or if he at least enjoyed the vampies. Willow, how are we doing today? Welcome. Good to see you. Getting the cave will be interesting with getting Demetrius to be our friend. Yeah. Linus is our homie. Linus is he's a real one. He's a real one. Right now our goal in this like version is to get money. We need money, so we need gems. So we're just gonna keep, I guess we're just gonna spend some time in the mines till we really start to get some of these upgrades. There we go. Nice. And honestly, being a vampire, it feels like it would make sense why we spend time in the mines. So I think we're going to specialize in mining too. And this is going to be how we make a lot of our money, you know? You know, I think this is going to be, I really want to lean into the vamp life, you know? And Willow, thank you so much again for checking in. And Carrie with the 3-stream streak. Holy moly. Carrie, thank you so much. How's your Monday been? It's so good to see you. I'm good, thank you. How are you? Doing well. Doing well. Yeah, it's Monday, you know. Monday, it's been a busy day, but, you know, it has been fun. I'm just excited to take a little break with you all. Do a little Stardew, you know. We'll probably be jumping back into Palea tomorrow, which I'm really excited about. You know what? I think we got the recipe. We got the recipe for bug snacks too, so it looks like we will have a food source going forward. Yeah. Bug snacks kind of counts as red meat, right? I think so. I think so. Bug steaks definitely counts. I thought so. I thought so. So that's going to be our primary food. I know we could have used the field snacks too, but, you know, I don't know. While we're still trying to get, you know, we're just trying to get our levels up and get some money so then we can really invest in we can really start to invest in some of these. Essentially, once we get kegs, I think once we start to get kegs, we'll really start having money, but there we go. All right, so I think we actually have enough to make one. Oh, we don't? Oh, so we need 10 bug meat. Oh, ripperonis. That is a lot. That is quite a lot. Brisket, thanks so much for the hydrate as well. Thank you, thank you. It's bloody and pink is just light red. Essentially, us to bugs. Oh my gosh, that emote is perfect. Yeah, I almost feel bad for the bugs. Nice. Beautiful. It's been a while since I've, you know, done some of the earlier levels as well, like of the mines. And we're so used to Skull Caverns. It's one of Keith's. I love it. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. Where is this staircase? We're gonna get attacked by bugs before we ever actually find it. I honestly remember when I used to be terrified of these things. I mean, not so much anymore. Holy moly. They just kept coming. You know, they just kept coming. Panther, good to see you. Good to see you. How's everything? We've got nothing for energy. Yeah, that first week or so when you start to be, you know, you start to get pretty low on energy, it's tough. It is tough. It is tough. But I don't know. I think we'll try to do a little bit more. I think could be really nice. We'll see. What is happening? There's no way. There's no way. Holy cannoli, there's no way. The one and only. There's no way. Wade, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Mods, can we get the biggest shout out for Wade Lady, who did not need to do that. Did not need to do that. Thank you so much. That is way too kind. And everyone, welcome. Welcome. We are just in the process of Stardew. We're doing the Stardew thing today. Hi, Robert. We're big fans. No. Hope you had a good weekend. Thank you so much, Wade Lady, and congrats again on the anniversary. Truly, it's. I mean, I was lurking a little bit today, and it's. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see more. Thank you so much. Huge fans. Stop, guys. You're gonna make me start blushing again. Please don't. And Kitty Cat, thank you so much for the follow as well. And Nick, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. All I can say is that, chat, if you have not checked out Wade Lady, please do yourself a favor. It is the best decision that you will make all week, all year, honestly, all year. Ash, thank you so much for the follow as well. Way too kind, chat. We're just cozied up today. No big plans. You know, we're just enjoying. We meant to do this yesterday. We usually do Stardew on Sundays, and but I had some schedule stuff and I couldn't make it, but hope that Stardew is going well. New playthrough. This is our third farm. We yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. We've done 3 farms now, chat. We've done 3 farms. We have done one was like our first farm. Then we have another farm because I wanted to try out the beach farm. And now we're doing a vampy farm that is entirely inspired by the world of vampires. So Stardew, Vampire Diaries, you know, Buffy, Twilight. And so this entire farm is going to be inspired by the world of vampires, which is great. And we even created a vampire. Her name is Marcy. She's lovely. And we can only come back to this farm once a year. So, or 1 month out of the year. So in October, so we're trying to see how far we can get in the month of October. And then we won't touch it. We won't touch it again. And we'll come back next October and we'll continue the world of Marcy. I'll probably still play it on my own a little bit every once in a while, but that is Halloween shenanigans indeed. Exactly. We do love Halloween. We love Halloween shenanigans. Anything spoopy, anything pumpkin inspired. I probably tend to watch Halloween Town maybe half a dozen times a year. These are the traditions. I love Buffy. Buffy was really good. I grew up watching Buffy. It was really good. Perfect for Halloween. Right, exactly. I love it. I'm really trying to embrace the spooky vibes this year. Really trying to embrace the spooky vibes. Love Halloween Town. Halloween Town is my favorite Halloween movie. I watch it multiple times a year around Halloween, and I think I watch it on Halloween every year. Halloween Town 1 is amazing. Halloween Town 2, I did not love Halloween Town 3. We don't talk about Halloween Town 3. But Halloween Town 1 and 2, amazing. It is amazing. I mean, Halloween Town is truly what I consider to be the peak era of Disney Channel. Truly, truly. Back when they had Disney Channel original movies, they swept you off your feet. You got off of school, you throw your backpack down, and you were living. You were living. Just you and some dino nuggets. Life was good. Life was good. Kimberly J. Brown is the only Marnie. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Amanda, thank you so much for the follow as well. And Frack as well. And Vern as well. And Edit, thank you so much. Chad, I don't deserve this kindness. And I know thank you. Thank you, Tins. We say thank you a lot here. And I think it bears repeating. So thank you so much. But that is so true that Kimberly J. Brown is the Marnie. She's the Marnie. You just captured so many people's childhood evenings. I think about that a lot. Life was so easy. It was so easy. It was bananas. And Halloween Town keeps me tethered to those good days. Keeps me tethered to those good days. You deserve so much. Thank you so much, Wade. I continue to be floored that you introduced me to the world of Palia. You and your incredible community. You showed us the way. You showed us the light. I'd been putting it off. I'd been curious about Palia for a long time before, and I just never found I could never find the right time or the right reason to jump in. It took me 48 hours into that game. I already spent money on it. You know, I can't be stopped. Can't be stopped. And I'm sure the Palia devs are thinking they're working right now and they're thinking, we got him. We got another one. Oh boy. But I had to get the bear outfit. I'm sure you all understand. I had to get the bear outfit. It was calling to me and I regret nothing. So I think that's important. You know, I miss those days too. Wade has influenced. Now, whether that's a good influence or a bad influence, I don't know. It depends. I've had a lot of late nights playing Palia since I started last week. It's becoming a problem. All I want to do is mine. I just want to mine and I want to chop trees and I want to help the townsfolk and I just want to buy outfits. That's all I want. You know, I'm a simple person, you know. I really appreciate it. The Boo Bear. Yeah, the Boo Bear. Oh, the bear fit. Okay. Yeah. We got the bear fit and then we got the spooky landscape. And I'm trying to decorate it as we speak. It is it's a work in progress. I'm not going to show it cuz it's pretty barren, but Yeah. Junie, thank you so much for the kind words. That's so nice. Thank you. Thank you. I needed that. I needed that today. I needed that. Oh, speaking of Boo Bear, we actually, a couple days ago, I chased down a UPS truck that had a very important package that I was waiting for. And I spend a lot of time on Etsy, as one does. You know, what else are you going to do? And we got ourselves our very own little Boo Bear. She's adorable. I haven't named her yet, but she is the stream mascot now. I was going to leave her just for the spooky time, but now I think I have to. She's now become the official mascot. She's got a little skirt, a little Boo Bear, little skirt, which looks great. And now we just kind of keep her. She just hangs out, you know? This is the first time I've ever chased after a UPS truck. And it was totally worth it. It was totally worth it. Yeah, I loved it. I love it. She's the best. She's the best. I got to figure out a way to keep her here. But she falls down every time. Anyway, did I make it? Oh, gosh, no. Oh, of course not. I wish I did. I wish I did. No, this was made by an incredible artist on Etsy. I think it was just like it was like a ghost bear crochet, and then this popped up, and I've never insta bought something so fast. I needed it. I had to have it. Foxy with the 1 week VIP badge. Are you kidding me? You've already been a VIP, but we can make it official. We can make it official for sure. Most definitely. Crocheted one similar. Let's say I tried. A for effort, you know, that you've already gone farther than I could. I've thought about crocheting, but I don't know if I'd be good at it. I really don't. Perhaps we'll do a crochet stream at one point. You know, that could be a fun experiment. For, if anything, it'll be a good laugh. You know, I make fruit plushies and blankets mostly. Are you kidding me? How can I partake in this? Fruit plushie sounds great. They even have Junimo ones from Stardew. Yeah, I can crochet a square. Listen, that's something. That's something. Yeah. Now she just needs seasonal accessories. Get her a little Santa hat. Can you imagine? This little one with a Santa hat? Actually, that could be good. That could be good, chat. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Might have to write that down. That would be good. Yeah. No, that's definitely happening. We're definitely doing that now. We're definitely doing that. I'm imagining, and she's adorable. I'm sure Etsy has everything. This is it's like incredible. I used to shop at Etsy a lot, and then I stopped for whatever reason, and now I'm kind of on an Etsy kick again. Yeah. I can crochet a mean chain, but then I get sidetracked and forget what I'm making. Oh no. Oh, I love that. I love it. Is crocheting, is that tough to get into? Or if like you're a newcomer, are the instructions pretty easy to follow? Because if that's the case, I had a tab saved for a few crochet like starter packs that, or like starter sets. And I would love to try my hand at it. I'm looking for more like cozy activities, chat, that I can just kind of do while I'm binge watching a show or something like that, you know? Yeah. Oh, it's not ready. Oh, do you have a promo thread in your Discord or something? Oh, do we have a promo thread? We need to make one though. We do need to make one. Now that you mentioned it, I will probably do that post stream. But yeah, because I would love to see, we have so many talented people that we've met that have these unique skills and are just good at things. And whether it's, you know, knitting or crochet or art, we have an art tab, but we should have a promo tab. Yeah, we will definitely make one. We will definitely make one. Cozy activities, I got you. Word searches and puzzles. I tear up some puzzles. You know what? I thought about getting back into Legos recently. I want to do something that's like that. I guess I thought about crocheting and knitting because it's like hands-on, and I thought maybe Legos could be fun to do. So I have been looking into like Lego sets, and currently they have this like it's like a I don't know. It's like a flower pot. Um it's like a flower pot, and it's like Lego Botanicals, I think what it's called. And they have a whole series of like flower inspired Legos that you can build, and they seem easy enough that even someone as experienced with me, I haven't built a Lego set, and gosh, who knows how long. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Yeah. Legos are basically puzzles, so it counts. Okay. Well then, I know what I'm doing. What I'm doing later. I got a Lego set. It was an office inspired Lego set. And it's basically the office, for The Office, the show, my favorite show of all time. And I got a Lego set this past holiday, and I still haven't finished it. Yeah, I need to get on that. The Lego flowers are so nice. There was one that was I think it was an orchid. I really like that one. And yeah, there's one that's like a whole flower garden. I really want to do those. Yeah, I really want to do one of those. The office set def took hours. I know. I've been doing like room by room. I just finished Michael's office back in like June. And then I've been doing like bits and pieces here and there, but it is a very hefty project. It is a very hefty project. I just got Chicory, a coloring game on Switch. I barely started it. Not sure how I feel about it. Oh, do you like it so far, or? A Lego stream would be nice. If I get the flower set, chat, we will definitely do a Lego building stream. I think that would be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun. We did a coloring stream a couple months ago. And as embarrassing as it is to say, I cannot find that coloring book. And I have a very organized and neat space, because my brain just doesn't work without it. And I cannot find that coloring book. It is somewhere around here. I have not been able to find it. I hid it very well, apparently. Yeah. Sounds like we need a new coloring book then. We just need to replace it. Yep, exactly. We just got to get a new one. The fact that they included a poop Lego for under the desk killed me. Right, so you've seen it. Oh my gosh, you've seen it. It is so funny. I laughed so hard when I saw that. I was like, what is this thing? And then I immediately thought of the episode, and I was like, oh, I totally get it. Also, coloring is cozy. I used to love coloring when I was a kid, and it's a hobby that I've actually rediscovered this year, that as I was doing it, I was like, I cannot believe I stopped doing this. I got a whole giant pack of markers. It's like a 64 pack. And I was just doodling, you know, and it was so fun. So we need to get into more coloring streams, chat. I think that needs to become a habit, that we do it at some point during the week. Maybe Wednesdays, you know, maybe Fridays. Well, Fridays we already have pretty booked Fridays, but yeah, I would like to incorporate. I need to get one of those overhead camera arms, so that we can like see the actual coloring, you know? Yeah. Markers go well with coloring pencils for accents. That's true. So kind of like shading in the borders and things. Yeah. Dragon, thank you so much for the follow as well. And Dreams, thank you so much. And anybody else that followed. Ginger, thank you so much. Ginger, Animal Crossing. Oh my gosh. I really want to play Animal Crossing again. I think that game just really hurt my heart. It really hurt my heart that they stopped making updates for it. And Maple was definitely my favorite. Hands down. I freaked out when I got Maple. I absolutely lost it. And I've been wanting to get into Animal Crossing again, but I just worry that they're not going to. I just worry my second farm isn't going to look as good. You know, it'll like start good and then I don't know. Anyway, chat, we were just hanging out with some Stardew. We typically play Stardew every Sunday. We call it Stardew Sundays. It's one of the best days of the week. But like I said before, I wasn't able to do it yesterday. So we are in the process of enjoying a little bit of cozy Stardew time as well on a Monday, which, you know, there's no rules, you know, there are no rules. Oh, I forgot that that we get little spookies here, which is fantastic. Fantastic. And Jan, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. Thank you. Chat, whether you decide to stick around or you have other things that you have to do, just know that it is very much appreciated that you choose to come here and spend even just a little bit of your time, you know, here. I think it really, really means the world. And Red with the level up. Thank you so much, Red. Thank you so much. And May, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. I forgot we have monsters at night. I forgot that too. That is a lovely surprise, you know? It is a lovely surprise. But now we're gonna hit the hay. I always forget that the first week or so is always kind of the slowest, you know? Because you don't really have anything. You don't really have any money. Yeah. Zen, thank you so much for the follow. And if anyone, if I mispronounced your name, please let me know. It keeps me up at night knowing that I potentially could mispronounce someone's name. It really does. Can we eat these bat wings? Of course not. That would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. I find the farm with monsters hilarious. Do you really? It is pretty cool. I like that there are monsters. I don't know if they get more difficult or if it's always going to be like the bats and some of the other, you know, easier ones, but I do like it. All right, level 2 mining. Looking good. Let me actually check our TV. Let's see. The spirits are mildly perturbed. We love that. We love that. Grozen, thank you so much for being here. Welcome, welcome. Is this the first time with this style farm? This is the first time. Yeah, I've never done the wilderness farm before. We thought it would fit the spooky vibe, and so we've kind of leaned in fully into the spookiness. Now, is there anyone we're supposed to meet? We have to go build a coop. The Adventures Guild. All right, now we typically don't go into town during the day. That's one of the rules, is that we don't go into town during the day, but this is one of those very rare scenarios in which we will go into town because we have to meet everyone. Yeah. And Lovely, welcome in. Welcome in. Doing well. Doing well. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. We've done beach farm and forest farm, and I've even considered starting a Meadowlands farm just for my own kind of cozy time. I'm really excited about that one. That one is going to embrace full-on cottage cozy core. It's going to be really good. Really, really good. Just wear your daylight ring. It's fine. You see, this is brilliant. Yeah, that's okay. We have our daylight ring. We're good. We're good. 1000 SPF. All right, so I'm pretty sure we met Gunther already. Pretty sure. Does it tell you who you've met already and who you haven't? Okay, yeah. So we still have to go meet Leah and... Wow, we got to meet a lot of people. We'll go try to track them down. Just wear your daylight rig is crazy. That is so funny. Also very true. Very true. Happy Monday. I love Stardew. Hope you're enjoying it. I've really been enjoying. We started Stardew earlier this year. I think it was earlier this year. And I'll tell you, this has kind of become a mainstay for the streams. I mean, I don't know if there will ever be a time where we're not playing Stardew. It's just such a fun game. And I seek to try all the farms at some point, you know. If you weren't a girl, I asked you to play catch. Wait, are we actually gonna play catch? Oh, his arm's a little sore. His arm's a little sore. The irony. The irony, chat. The irony. He just didn't want to get embarrassed. He just didn't want to get embarrassed, you know? He talked all that trash and then was like, you know, actually, I'm kind of sore. You see that? You see that? This is why we don't like Alex. This is why we don't like Alex, chat. Now, Linus, I think is pretty cool. He seems pretty cool. But Alex is a bro. He is a bro through and through. So this is Vincent. So I'm pretty sure we talked to Vincent already. We're kind of just hanging around the town to see what we can see. We probably should buy some produce as well. Yeah. Gonna lurk. Can't wait to watch more of your streams. Thank you. Ash, thanks so much for being here. Truly, truly. And anybody else that stopped in today to say hello, to share love, or just to hang out and embrace the cozy. It really does mean the world. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. It's super addicting. It really is. I mean, there's so many things to do. I mean, even with this farm, we've created a whole backstory for Marcy. And it's just fun to kind of watch those stories play out in a way. We're fully embracing the vampy life. We only eat red meat, and we only eat things that are red. So spaghetti, bug snacks, you know, all the delicacies of modern Stardew living, you know. I would recommend Seb. Seb is definitely on the list. I think we're pursuing Seb. I think we're pursuing the ultimate friendship with Linus and Krobus. So we're going for max hearts with those two. And then, because they're kind of like outcasts in a way, but they also end up being like the coolest characters in the entire village. And then we'll probably also pursue Abigail as well, potentially. We'll see how that plays out. And then, yeah, Seb for sure. And I think that was it. Yeah. Good times. Do y'all make up voices for each townie in your head? I thought I was the only one that does that. You know. I thought I was the only one that does that. All right, so an invasive crab. We have to slay 5 of them. Is there anyone? Let's go check out. So we did say that we were going to take the life soul out of Stardew by joining Joja, because this entire farm is built on a nightmare. And so what would a nightmare be without the corporate Goliath that is Joja taking over things? Now, in normal circumstances, I would not join Joja. In fact, there's not enough money to get me to join Joja, but we have to lean in. We have to lean into the horror, you know? Shane's hard at work. He doesn't seem interested in talking. Would he accept a gift? He didn't like it, chat. He didn't like it. Welcome to Joja Mart. I don't believe we met. I'm Morris, Joja customer satisfaction representative. Morris. When you decide you want to become a JoJo member, I'll be delighted to help you make your transition a joyous experience. I cannot believe that we're doing this. Oh, we got to befriend Maru for the blood rags. That is true. Yeah, we got to get those blood bags. We're basically Stefan from Vampire Diaries. Got to get those blood bags, you know? We're currently in the process of setting up a brand new membership system for our customers. Please check back soon. All right, so I'm assuming we're going to get that in the mail at some point. Mary Morris. Is that even possible? All right, so we talked to her. We talked to Jody. We talked to Sam. All right, who else are we missing? Who else are we missing? We got 20. We got 20. We probably should just... We should... I think we talked about this before, spending our first days fishing. You know, if we really want to lean into the vampy aesthetic, we should try to get a job at the hospital. And then when blood bags randomly start disappearing, we'll be like, listen, I don't know anything about that, you know? I think there's a mod to Mary Morris. Is there really? And Willow, thank you so much for being a lurky turkey. Thank you, thank you. But really romance whoever you want. All right, so we talked to our buddy, Gus, as we like to call him, Saloon Daddy. We could buy spaghetti from him. This might be the way in which we survive in the beginning. I mean, plus 50 energy, though, probably could just buy bread. But that's carbs, though. And it's not red. So it would have to be a pizza or spaghetti or coffee, you know, something like that. I really want to get this triple shot espresso recipe. Yeah. We're looking good. We're looking good. Because thank you so much for the follow as well. Yeah, Saloon Daddy, that's his name. Only on the weekends, though. Oh, let's talk to the doc. I bet he knows a few things. All right. Well, that wasn't helpful at all. That was not helpful. I want to play modded so badly. I've heard good things about the expanded version too. I really want to play Stardew expanded at some point. Oh, look at us. An ancient drum. Lovely. I feel like we probably do have enough time to make it to Gunther's. Let's see. So this is going to be our to-go box. This is going to be the box of stuff that we're taking to Gunther and showing off to try to get some of these. Try to get some of those rewards that we get. All right. So all of this is going to go back. We're going to send this, all of these things. We got enough bug snacks, enough bug meat for two bug steaks. Beautiful. We'll try not to use them all in one place, of course, you know? I guess we'll go fishing for now. I want 100% Stardew before I add anything to it myself. Yeah. Expanded would definitely be fun for 2026. And or Ridgeside. What was the other one that you all said was like a really big farm? You said there was like a modded version of a Stardew farm that was like the biggest one that they had. Is that Ridgeside? All right, so we met them. I'm pretty sure we met all these guys. I don't know what he's doing, but... All right, we got 23. I guess I could always just look at the list and see who we haven't met. Okay, so Seb, Leah, the wizard. Oh, Pierre himself. We've not met Pierre, which is crazy. Okay. We definitely do need to go find the wizard. Yeah, Pierre's house has a few of the people that we still need to meet. I guess we could go up this way and see. I know Penny usually hangs around somewhere. I'm still not sure. Who's your favorite character? I would say my favorite character, I would say it's probably Linus. I would say Linus or Leah. Leah seemed pretty cool too. Yeah, Leah seemed pretty cool as well. All right, so we've met her already, right? We need to find Seb. There we go. Oh, of course. Krobus? Queen Ew, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not a chance. Not a chance. Wow, we really takes a lot to get a poll. Nice, collecting carps. I like Emily or Gus. Emily's pretty cool. I do like Gus too. Yeah, Gus is great. Gus is great. He gave us one of the coolest gifts that we got from any friend. I guess we'll just keep collecting some carps while we're here. Harvey's mine? Who are your anyone else's favorite characters? We got Harvey, we got Pam, we got Gus. All good choices. All good choices. I love it. We're afraid of Yoba and Pierre. Oh, there's one here. I guess we could try to grab this one. Actually, don't know if we can. I don't think we can. No. No. Not quite far enough. All right, so we're just trying to spend our days doing some quality fishing, you know? Dating Emily, my current save. She's a parrot. I have a parrot. Must be love. You know, I need to figure out in my new farm who I want. Oh, rip. I did not mean to buy that. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Oh well. All right, so we got the shop. The run I'm doing, I married her sister Haley. It's a smart choice, I think, kind of. I think if I did another save, I would probably go after maybe Abby, like Abigail, or yeah, I would say Abigail or Penny. There we go. I'm stuck on Seb. That's fair. That's fair. Her story is the best, I believe. I romanced them all at some point. Was there anyone that was the most surprising to you that you romanced? Because I feel like they've all got to be, you know, pretty different from each other. But I'm sure maybe there's some that are a bit more enjoyable than others. Ideally, some great stories. I think the only story I've really experienced is Leah's, but I am curious about all, you know, pretty much all of the other characters. Nice. We'll try to see if we can get to level 20. Beautiful. They all have nice stories, but I have this thing about misunderstood male characters in these games. Oh, so Seb. Yeah, I guess Seb would. Maybe Shane too. Is Shane misunderstood? I don't really know Shane's story all that much. I think it's cool about how much learning about the characters adds layers to Stardew. Yeah, I mean, it really breathes life into the game, you know, and into the world, you know, through these characters. You know, it's great because there aren't any like crazy cutscenes or anything like that, you know, but you still learn a lot about this game through those characters. Shane is very misunderstood. I bet he is. I bet he is. I bet you he has a soft side. I don't really know his story, but I bet he does have a soft side. And maybe he just needs a hug. You know what I mean? Maybe he just needs a little bit of love, you know? I could see that. All right, so we just need to get one more floor. Oh, 2 more floors. Ripperonis. We're not going to have time. Unfortunately. All right, we'll just head back. Yeah, on mining days, I need to just go straight to the mines. I get so distracted, though. There's an event with Elliot that gives me the creepy crawlies. Elliot. I always forget about Harvey. He's not misunderstood, but he does have some sweet cutscenes. I saw a photo of the guy who Shane is based on, and wow, does he look like him? I bet. All right, let's throw in some of these things. Probably should get another furnace or 2 built just to really speed up this process a little bit, you know? I think that might help. Because we can make 2 more. There we go. Well, now we're really cooking. Now we are really cooking. So we'll get these. I guess we'll sell some of these fish as well. You know, Lolo, thank you so much for the follow. And Ari, I thank you again for the follow. Way too kind. Chad, thank you so much for all the love today. It really does mean the world. I don't think we're going to have time to water our flowers. Yeah, we're definitely not going to have enough time. That's all right. We're going to turn these fish in. There we go. We also have like no energy. I know I was going to eat food, but then I was like, it's already 1. So it would kind of be a waste, you know? It would kind of be a waste. Are you going to have a cat or a dog? We actually have a cat. I think we're going to go full cats. I think we're going to go full cats. I feel like that would be a really good. Like this farm in comparison to other farms that we've started are really about it. We're really trying to be on theme, you know, and on brand and embrace the spooky. So there are rules on this one and compared to some of the other farms that we've done. All right, so Robin lost her axe. So we got to go get that. Of course she did. Did we get the cat early or is it just me? I think we got it on like the 4th day or something like that. It was like the 4th day. Something like that. All right, so the question becomes, what do we do now? Could chop down some trees. I mean, we always could always use wood, so we could chop down some of these trees. Nope, I take it back. That'll take about 3 to 5 business days per tree. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Maybe we'll just go back to the mines. Not really sure. I mean, we could go fishing. We could just fish. Try to get some money. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll go fishing. We can take those items to Gunther and then get these decoded. See what these geodes hold. I guess we'll take these items too. And then we go fishing. Oh, here's the good old community center. It does worry me. It does worry me that we're not gonna do the community center. I feel like it's such an important part of the game, you know? In 1.7, it would be fun if different mobs were afraid of the different pets. Oh, that would be great. Yeah. That would be fantastic. We are pulling from all the vampire things. You can do a little bit of the community center to save on some gold and then switch to Joja. Oh, can you really? Oh, I thought you had to like make a decision from the beginning. You got the abandoned community center. You can't switch back from Joja. So once you pick Joja, you're locked in, right? There's no going back, unfortunately. But you can do community center and go to Joja if it isn't finished. So we already talked to. What do you think he likes? Probably. Oh, we got Penny. Here's Penny. All right, who's left? We got 4 more. All right, so we got Seb, we got Elliot, Pierre. I guess we'll go talk to Pierre right now. Robin needs a herring. Well, oh, so you can do community center and go to Joja if it isn't finished. Really? I didn't realize that. I did not realize that. Yep, so you could do some of the community center for rewards and stuff. And then go to Joja to be evil. That sounds like the plan. That sounds like the plan. Well, I'm off now. Nice to meet you. I'll come back and see you again sometime. Have a lovely evening or time zone. Thank you so much, Junie. Thanks so much for being here. Really means the world. Thank you. Thank you. We can't wait to see you again. You can sell your soul at any point before finishing CC. I really thought you had to commit. I really thought you had to commit. So I had no idea. No idea. All right, so we didn't talk to Pierre. So we got Pierre. All right, so we got 25. 25 of 28. So we need 3 more. Interesting. So let's go. I guess we'll go to Gunther. All right, there we go. Throw this stuff in there. Get our rewards. Perfect. Let us accept our reward items. Cauliflower seeds, perfect. Oh, that's going to be great. That's going to give us some good money. Image, how are we doing today? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, we need to start upgrading, get to at least iron level on some of those. There's a lot of info and we don't play Stardew Valley all the time. All right. Some of these items can go right over to our buddy Gunther. Yes, let us donate. Finally done with work. Congratulations. You did it. You made it through. You made it through Monday. That's good stuff. They say Monday's always the toughest day. Yeah, we got to get some hype for Foxy making it through Monday, and anybody else honestly that has made it through Monday. You know, I don't know. I know some of us are in different time zones, or many of us are in different time zones. So if you just happen to finish up work as well, you deserve a cookie. Monday is always, at least it often feels like a real slug, you know, really just trying to get through it. All right, I'm going to put the cauliflower down here because why not? Perfect. Back from lurks while I started cooking. Hope spring is treating you well so far. I'm enjoying it. I'm excited to get to fall. I think fall and winter, surprisingly enough, fall is my favorite season, IRL. It is the best season. There's no denying it. But I like the summer. The summer's okay too. I like the summer because of the green rain. But I think the fall has the best events. And then even the winter one is pretty cool. I like the winter ones too. Yeah. Autumn is the best. Autumn is, I mean, we named our character in Palia after Autumn. Her name is literally Autumn, which felt fitting. We were sitting there for a while trying to figure out what to name this character. And I think it was someone in chat that dropped the genius idea. I finally started to get nice autumn chill here in Virginia lately. Oh, no way. No way. I'm actually from Virginia, which is so funny. I used to live in Virginia for, oh my gosh, like 15 years. I lived in Virginia. I was in Arlington, Virginia. And then I lived in Alexandria for a little bit. Arlington's really nice, especially in the fall, chat. If you've never been to Virginia in the fall, it is really nice. It's really nice. I did not like the summers, but the fall was great. Really, really. Yeah. I'm in a plaid orangey beigey flannel shirt. I feel so fall. That's like my whole wardrobe right now, Foxy. My whole wardrobe in the fall until like March is flannels. It's plaid patterns. It's like all that stuff. So nice. We're thinking of moving closer to there since we love DC. Oh, nice. That's so cool. That is so cool. I don't often meet a lot of people that know or have ever lived in Virginia. So it's always nice when someone says that they're familiar with it. Then I don't feel like I'm crazy. I feel like I just met someone the other day that was from Maryland, and I still have family in Maryland. And it's just really cool. It's really cool. Small world. All right, I guess while we're here, we did say we were going to fish, so I guess we can spend the rest of the day fishing. I often struggle, I think, in the beginning of playing Stardew because there's just not a lot of things to do with, your low energy. And was this plus 30 max energy for 7 minutes? We could do that. We could use that one. Used to work in Sterling. I live in Waynesboro, PA, though. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a lot of people who lived in, when I was living there, who lived in Maryland or lived in Virginia or DC area, and they would commute to PA or commute from PA. I know it's only like 2 hours or so, but that's still such a drive. I'm always impressed when people do the commute. That's bananas. That's bananas. Try growing up in Fauquier County and telling people that. Oh, man. Oh, man. When I went to Scotland, chat, it felt very much. It kind of gave me like Virginia vibes a little bit, which was really cool. I'm in Tennessee. Oh, nice. How's the weather in Tennessee right now? That is a commute. Couldn't be me. Yeah, I could never do it. So applaud to anyone. Applaud to any of you that are doing the commute. I mean, that's just it. That's impressive. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. I live in Maryland now, but VA is my heart and forever home. That's so cool. Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with like Gaithersburg or Rockville, Maryland, or Bethesda. But in between that, like 15 years, it was almost 2 decades that I lived in Maryland and Virginia. And I'd bounce around a lot. Like a couple years I'd live in Maryland, and then I'd cross right over the border to Virginia and then be technically in Virginia. But it all felt the same because they're all so close to each other. And yeah, like Rockville and like Bethesda, those are my areas. Used to love Bethesda. I bet if I went there, it's been years since I've been back. I don't even know if I'd recognize it now. I would move to Scotland in a heartbeat. There or Ireland. I cried when I flew away from both. It was just the nicest. It was the nicest place I've ever been to. And not nice in the sense of like necessarily fancy or anything like that. It was just so peaceful. Everywhere we went, it felt peaceful, and it was just so quiet, and I walked everywhere, and it was just so nice. I did not get a chance to go to Ireland because I just didn't have enough time. And I could have gone for like a day, but I knew I wanted more than a day. So, but Ireland is definitely on that list. I'm very contemplating going again next year around September again. Because it was like the fall was just starting to hit. I bet it would look so nice probably right now, like in October. But I'm in Michigan and spent my 30s in Houston, but I'm back now and couldn't be happier about it. Yeah, Michigan's really nice. How do you deal with the cold? My mom's side is from Rockville. I know exactly what you mean. It's all sorts of blends. That's the DMV for you. Yeah, it's just all so close together. It's just one big mashed potato. And, you know, you can go to all three in the span of like 20, 30 minutes. You know, you could hit all three of those areas. Yeah. Oh, deal, Wade. Absolutely. I got the travel bug big time. When I went there, I got the travel bug big time. And now all I want to do is discover the ability of teleportation so I could just travel and teleport there. You know, I can drive an hour or under and be in PA, West Virginia, or DC. Oh, from where you are now? Yeah, I mean, they're so close. They're all so close to each other. That's so cool. Cold is easier to deal with than heat for me. 1,000%. 1,000%. I cannot do the heat. I've never been the biggest fan of summer. But as of like the last like 10 years, summer is not, it is not my jam. I would much rather put on 4 hoodies than deal with the summer heat. 1,000%. And I think it's easier to warm up than it is to cool down, you know? Would be so nice to visit our long distance buddies, right? It's so cool. It's so cool that we're all able to connect like this, even being in different parts of the world. We're all able to have this to have like a third space that we get to feel that connection. I think that's the coolest thing. And I know many of you are in all different parts of the world, which I just think is so cool. And I love hearing your stories about where you live and just like feeling like we're able to share those stories. I love having cozy friends all over. It is really cool, right? And it's like, I don't know. I love to live in this idea of serendipity and this idea that randomly one day I could be, you know, whether it's in another state or another country, and randomly bump into one of you. And wouldn't that be something, right? That would be bananas. It would be bananas. And I'd love to think that is a possibility, you know? I unfortunately can't do cold, and I live in Ohio. Oh my gosh, it gets really cold in Ohio, right? It gets super cold there. Drive for 2 hours and you end up like 6 or 7 different countries in Europe from where I live. Italy, Slovenia, Austria, Germany, Hungary. See, that's what's so cool. That's what I found so cool about Europe too, is it felt like, I mean, it just felt like things were a lot closer. I never realized just how massive the states are. until like you have to drive through someplace like Texas or something, and it takes you half a day just to get through like the top part. I mean, that's just like, that's too big. All right, let's sell this fish. We don't need any of these. Hopefully that gives us a little bit of money. We're just trying to kill time, I think, and get as much money as we can while we can. Driving across the US, you realize how massive it is. I know, as someone that has driven across the states from one end all the way to the other, and it took, oh my gosh, it took like 3 very long days. Very long days, about 12 plus hours each day. And you realize, yeah, it's massive. It's massive. But I always think about living in like Europe to being somewhat similar to like living in the East Coast, because all those states are so close. Like you could, you know, from Maryland to New York is about 4 hours, and you pass through a lot of different states to get there, because all those states are so tiny and close together. But as you get towards like the middle and the West Coast, it's like those states are all so big that it takes you forever to get through them. I've done two or three cross-country moves. 4. I've done 4 cross-country moves, chat. Never again. I'm done. If I were to move that far again, it would probably be to a completely different country. Like I would 100% move to Scotland. It was so nice. Oh, we got the Hat Mouse now. We got the Hat Mouse. Tomorrow we're holding the Egg Festival in the town square. You should arrive between 9 and 2 if you'd like to attend. You wouldn't want to miss the annual egg hunt. No, definitely not. We definitely don't want to miss that. All right, let's water our plants. So it's Friday. We could also check the store as well and see. Chat, does anyone know when do we get kegs? I don't even think we do have the materials to build them right now, but nice. We got some potatoes. Lovely. Beautiful. Now, we can't eat these because we're a vampire. Even though those carrots would be really nice. So we will sell them. We will sell them. Were there any particular areas in Scotland that you especially liked? Well, I spent most of my days there. I spent them in Edinburgh. But there was a neighborhood right when you get off of because I took a train from Scotland, or from central London to Scotland. And it was a couple hours. It took a couple hours to get there. But right when you get off, you're in the middle of this beautiful little small town. And I stayed in this little Airbnb right in the area. And it was just like that from that area. I don't even know what area that was. I don't even know if it had a name. I think it was still Edinburgh, but it was like everywhere you wanted to go, you could just walk to. And it had this whole like overarching, like this like long pathway, and it was like an overarching like shrubbery over the whole thing for about a mile. And you just walk through it and you felt like you were in like, I don't know, some sort of fantasy novel or something. It was just really green. It was very green. I wish more of the states were walkable. I know. I did so much walking there because everything was walkable. And yeah, here it's like in the States, there's very little walkable things. It's like you have to drive, which is like one of my least favorite things to do. Okay, so let's sell these potatoes. The castle was really cool. Yeah, there was the castle in like the middle of Edinburgh, and then I did a 2-hour drive to another castle that was out by the shore. I don't remember the name of it. But it was so cool. It was so cool. I definitely want to go back. I want to go to Ireland too. I really want to go to Ireland. All right, so we got foraging, mining. We need to get our farming stat. You always need more wood in this game. Yeah, I know. I could chop some trees too. Probably should do that. Probably should do that. I was just learning recently that the infrastructure of the US is not walkable by design. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. 100%. I was amazed when I visited other countries and you could walk so much and the bus was available a bunch more. Yeah, even in London. I mean, they had a bus running every like 10 minutes. There were buses done at our castle. Yes. Yeah, that was it. That was it. It took about 2 hours to get there. And I drove there too. It was my first time. It was my first time driving on the left side of the road. And I had to pick it up pretty quick. But like once I got driving for the first like 30 minutes or so, I was like, okay, I kind of got it. But it was like everything that I knew about driving, I had to like flip it. It was weird. It was very weird. We went there too. My dad's ancestors came from that clan in particular, so we really wanted to visit. What did you think about it? I thought I got lucky. It was a really sunny day because it was supposed to rain, but thankfully it didn't, and the sun came out, and it was just stunning. It was stunning. I could not believe something like that still existed, and it was just so cool. You just don't see cliff sides like that here. You don't. It all just felt like it hadn't been touched in years. It felt like it was just all so, I don't know. There was like a regal nature to it, it was so cool. It was wonderful to meet you too, Lolo. Hope all goes lovely on your stream. Have a beautiful day. You as well. And thanks so much for hanging out with us and spending a little bit of your day here. It really does mean the world. Thanks for being cozy with us. Dinner arrived. There you go. There you go. Beautiful. Nothing better than when the food finally gets there. Anytime I get food, I have to do my traditional food dance, which is essentially the same. It's the same as our banana emote. It's basically just that. It's so funny. It's so funny. I usually brought a book with me so I could at least read before I had to clock in. All right, let's chop down some of these trees. You know what? I also need to go visit the wizard as well. I think he's one of the few that I still haven't met. So let's go talk to him. All right, we found the wizard, who of course is unavailable. What do I have to do for? So we have to meet the wizard and 2 others. So we still have, we have to meet Elliot too. Yeah, we have to meet Elliot and we have to meet Leah and Seb. I think those are the last 3. And Half Pint, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. I'm so hungry. Hopefully my dinner gets here soon. What's everyone having for dinner today? What is everyone having for dinner? we treating ourselves to end this Monday? Are we cooking? I'm cooking tonight as well, so I'm very excited. I always love cooking. It's actually like one of my like original hobbies. Okay, so Leah, we still can't talk to Leah. I guess we can always wait till everyone's at the bar and then talk to them there. Have we talked to Marnie? Looks like, oh, requires construction of a coop. Oh boy. Yeah, we need to start getting those things. Mia, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you, thank you. Pork roast potatoes, collards, onions, and carrots. That sounds like a fall meal if I've ever heard one. Subway. Oh, I love it.
Hello there.
I love it. Brisket as well. Ribs, spaghetti. I have some leftover ramen. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. Ramen is one of the few things where that plate is getting cleared. If ever I go to a place that has ramen, I mean, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. I'm doing ramen with minced meat. Oh, that sounds so good. Yeah, that sounds so good. I'll have to figure out dinner, which may be a sandwich. Oh, that sounds nice. Ginger, thanks so much for hanging out and sticking around. That really does mean the world. Thank you, thank you. Panthers having pizza. Look at you go. Look at you go. I love it. Pizza sounds so good. I feel like pizza is one of those things that I could eat all the time and never get tired of. I never get sick of pizza. All right, let's go work on I guess we're going to work on our mining skills as well. I know we still have to meet some people in the town, but I don't remember when they usually go into town or go into the, I figure we just, actually, no, we won't even be able to do that. Yeah, we just don't have enough of our stat, you know? We don't have enough energy to do a lot of these things. Did someone say my name? Oh my gosh. I know I like read your name like as though it was a food item that someone was saying they were gonna have. Yeah. That's tacos for me. Any day or night is taco time. I never get sick of tacos. They're so versatile too. You can do so many things with tacos. It's bananas. Maybe I'll see if I can give him this gift. We're really trying to befriend Linus. We really want him to like us, you know? We need him to like us. Tacos and nachos, you can make them 100 different ways and it's never wrong. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Tacos, nachos. What are other meals, chat, that you can make 100 different ways and it's never wrong? I would say tacos, nachos. I guess pasta too. You know, pasta definitely seems like one that you could make a 1,000 different ways and it's always going to be right. You know, pasta, right? Yeah, I feel like pasta. There's so many different ways to make pasta. So many different ways. And Kendra, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. Thank you. Good with butter and cheese. Good with all things. Yeah, you could throw sausage in there. You could throw vegetables in there. You could throw a sauce in there. You could not throw a sauce in there. You can eat it hot. You can eat it cold. You can bake it. You can, like, there's so many things. There's so many things. But potatoes are the ultimate food. That is so true. Potatoes are the ultimate food. There's so many different ways to eat them. Mashed, scalloped, fried, you know. You can eat them any time of day too. Breakfast potatoes, lunch potatoes, dinner, you know. Eggs, potatoes, and pasta for sure. Eggs for sure. Yeah, eggs. Yeah, there's really... Yeah, eggs are in a lot of things. Yeah. Boil them up, mash them, stick them. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. The tots add a lovely crunch and depth of flavor. Yeah. I know it's going to be a hot take. I'm actually not the biggest fan of tater tots. I don't dislike them. But I just don't think tater tots are never a thing that I would seek out. You know what I mean? I don't think I would ever seek out tater tots, which I know is a hot take because there's a lot of people that love tater tots. But I'm indifferent, you know? Have you had poutine before? I've had poutine twice. It was good. You know, it was good. I don't think I've ever had it from a place that specializes in it though. You know, I think I've only ever had it from places that just so happen to have it, you know? I'm not a huge potato person, so I feel you there. Yeah, I feel like the tater tots thing has always been a huge hot take for people. They're like, what do you mean you don't like tater tots? That's bananas. Oh my gosh, same. And no one understands. No, I get it. I totally get it. And I've known some people. I had family that were obsessed with tater tots. They loved, anytime we would go out, they wanted to get a shareable plate of tater tots, and I just like, I would have them and I'm like, I don't see the hype. I don't know. Which is funny because I love French fries, you know? I love French fries. But just never had that same feeling about tater tots. I think it's bananas that you can have monsters come out into your farm. I think that's pretty cool. I think that is fantastic. All right. Tots as the bottom of a casserole. As the bottom of a casserole goes off. Oh, tots at the bottom. You know, I never thought about that. I never thought about doing that. That probably is pretty good. All right, so now we got the cookout kit. We got moss soup. Crab pots, dish of the sea. Okay. We're getting there. We're leveling up pretty fast in terms of these stats. Tots are only good in breakfast potatoes. Exactly, Meg. I 100% agree. And I'll have tots in a breakfast burrito. No problem. But I am not having, like, I just wouldn't eat them by themselves. You know, I just wouldn't eat them by myself or by itself. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I'm so sorry. I'd say more team legume, but I do enjoy rice from time to time. Legumes are so underrated. Chad, have any of you had legumes before? If you have not, you're missing out. I would say my favorite like grains would definitely be legumes. Barley, I actually really like barley. I like the texture of barley and like the hardiness of it. Quinoa is also really good. If you cook it right, it's really good. And it's very filling, you know? Dear Farmer Marcy, I'd like to apologize for joking about your grandpa's old cottage when we first met. It's really a nice house. However, you might need to add some space someday. That's where I can help. Oh, is this Robin? Robin always looking to make a business deal. Which we love. We love that. We love that about Robin. All right. Chat, you know what I'm realizing starting this new farm is I don't know how many of you start so many new farms. Especially when you have the production. Like, I feel like the game really gets fun when you have all of those little machines working. You know what I mean? Like, you've got your kegs working, you've got your preserve jars, you've got all these things, the cheese presses and things. You're making money. And to go back to like using some of these basic things, the watering cans and the axes. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. Have you ever played modded Stardew? I've not played modded Stardew. We only have 2 mods. We have the diary mod, and then we have this like to-do list mod. But I've never played with like some of the mods that many have mentioned, you know, expanded or you know, some of the other interesting mods. Are there any good ones that you would suggest? I'm new to this game. How do I get iron ore and sustainable food? Chris, thanks so much for the follow. Iron ore? I think it's just from the mines. You can get iron ore from the mines at about level 40, I believe. And then sustainable food. Sustainable food. Chat, how do you get sustainable food? I mean, the only food I know how to get is from the saloon, you know, or you can forage for it. Yeah, forage for food. Yeah. Don't mind me just seeing your to-do list. I don't have that one, but I want it now. It is so helpful. It just like it just pulls up all of your tasks. And I have such a scatterbrain, especially with games like this that have you doing a lot of different tasks. And it's what I love about it is because I have such a busy brain that this game actually, it works well for my brain because I'm often thinking about a lot of different things at the same time. But the to-do list really helps me because I get distracted a lot. And so it does really help me. UI Info Suite 2 is my absolute fave. Once you play with it, you can't play without. UI Info Suite 2. What does that do? I make lists like physically because I play on Switch. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I've been fishing, but it's a grind. Fishing is definitely a great way to get food though. Definitely a great way to get food. And especially in the beginning, it's like the main way that I would get food in the game is just by going fishing. But I know it's not for everybody. There's a lot of people who warn me against fishing in the beginning because it can be kind of challenging and tricky. But once you get it, it's a great way to make money. It's a great way for food. Until you find other ways to, you know, until you start getting access to like mayonnaise and eggs and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, fishing was fun for me though. Yeah. I don't know what it was. Even when I started fishing for the first time, like I've always kind of enjoyed it. Raya skill at fishing. Oh my gosh. It adds a lot of helpful tidbits to the game. Birthday and traveling merchant day reminders, NPC locations, crop growth stages. Wait, really? UI Info Suite 2. Okay, I'm definitely going to look into that one. You had me at birthday reminders, which I always forget. I really wish that the game offered you that from the beginning. Like when you start a new day and it's someone's birthday, I wish you got a notification that like today is Seb's birthday or it's Penny's birthday or something, you know? Then where to find them if you want to give them a gift. That would be really cool. It'd be such a small quality of life thing that I think would add so much. So much. UI Info Suite 2 is great. I definitely need that one. Are there any other essential mods that you think really changed how the game feels or plays? Because UI Info Suite 2 sounds like a pretty big deal. I can't believe I played this long without it. I'm slacking, chat. So it would help with the birthdays. I miss so many people's birthdays because I chose to go to the mines, or I chose to go to Ginger Island or something like that. And I completely forgot that it was someone's birthday. And that's a great way to get hearts too. You know, if you really want to like improve your romance with certain characters, you know. I like CJB cheats when I used it. There's so many mods. It depends on how much you want to challenge versus automate versus take off your plate. And these mods only work on PC, right? Like you can't get them on Switch. I guess that would make sense, right? Because you have to like download them. I wonder if they'd work on Steam Deck. I think I tried playing yesterday and I did not have my list thing because I don't have it. PC only, sadly. That's such a bummer. That is such a bummer. I wish mods were available on console too. But I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir. I'm sure some of you have felt that way for a long time. And that's not even including all the recolor and aesthetic mods. Yeah, I've seen some recolor mods or like aesthetic mods that really changed the vibe of the game. All right, I wonder if we should go to this egg festival. I was gonna skip it because we're a vampire, so like we really can't be, we really can't be hanging out with the town like that. I was actually gonna make it so that we only ever go to the Halloween event. That's the only one we attend, because then that's one of the few, and night market, because those are the only events that are in the evening. Whereas every other day would be, something else, That would be pretty funny. And that's not even, oh yeah. But I know that going to some of these events could be, well, because there are some items that you might be missing out on if you don't go to some of these events. So I guess we can still go. We can go to this one, I suppose. Because like even here, like they got a plush bunny. We could have missed that. Oh, this is what we needed. This is what we needed. I'm so glad we decided to go to this. But I do want that pastel banner at some point. Pastel banner would be really nice. No, this is what we need. We need to buy strawberries. This is how we make money. And it's red too. Oh, it is red. Oh, that's perfect. That's actually perfect. I really wish we had the greenhouse because these are going to die. They only plant them in spring. Man, yeah, that's unfortunate. You'd freak out if you saw my mod list. I'm currently running over 150 mods. How does your PC handle that? Because that's got to be bananas. I totally forgot, Wade. I totally forgot strawberries are red, which actually fits into our rule that we only eat red foods. So this is going to be good for foods, but it's also going to be good for money. It takes 8 days. Yeah, okay. Well, even though it takes 8 days, that's still going to be really good. This would also be a good chance for us to chat to everybody that we can't find. Like I couldn't find Leah for the longest time. Couldn't find Elliot for the longest time. Who else do we need to meet? Oh, Seb. I could not find Seb. There we go. All right, done deal. We're done with that one now. We're done with that one. How do I... Oh, I can't look at the quests. So now we talk to everybody. Awesome. I have 32 gigabytes RAM, not a problem. That's impressive though. 150 mods. You've got to be playing an entirely different game at that point. It's a good boost for friendship since we miss out going to town. That's true. That is true. It is good to just kind of chat it up with people in the town. Say hello. Chat, I'm really thinking that we're going to start our Meadowlands farm today. I'm hoping that we are. I know I'm currently working on this farm, but I really do want to start my own little farm that I just kind of work on my own and, cozy up on the couch and just play some evening Stardew. I feel like that would be really fun. I feel like that would be really, really fun. Or I could try to finish that never-ending office Lego set. That would also be fun. Yeah, do your own farm. Yeah, we decided we were going to do Meadowlands. I haven't started it yet, but I do really want to make my own farm. Because right now the other farms that I use are really just for like us to experience together, But it would be nice to have a farm that we do. Office Lego set. There's so many Easter eggs. I know I saw one. I think one of them, they had the Jello, the stapler and Jello. Obviously the poop under the desk. Like the whole thing is just filled with Easter eggs. I might actually work on that tonight, chat. I might actually work on that tonight. I'll post a picture of the current state of it in Discord so you can see it, but it's pretty, like, I've only finished Michael's office so far, so it needs some work, you know? It needs some work. Yeah. Stardew is soft for computer. Try running that mini on Skyrim or CK3 and your GPU would melt. I know. Can you imagine running one of those games like Skyrim or something with that many mods? Would be bananas. Waiting for the day that Concerned Ape makes that man romanceable. I think if Gus was available, I think I would go for Gus too. I mean, he runs the bar. He is essentially Luke from Gilmore Girls, you know? He's just this really down to earth, modern, tells it like it is guy that runs the bar, and you know, and he's just the salt of the earth. Rye wants Evelyn. Oh, Evelyn too. If Evelyn was single, we would totally go for Evelyn. Simply because she showed up one day, she brought us cookies. She was so nice to us. And really, that's all it takes, you know? Cookies and kindness. That's it. That's it. Lego Livestream win. When we get the cornucopia one, I think it's a cornucopia. It's like a Lego basket of, it's like got flowers. Yeah. As soon as that comes in, we're definitely going to do a Lego stream. Hands down. Brisket, have a great night. Have a great night, Brisket. And thanks so much for hanging out today. Thanks so much for hanging out today. Meg, add that to the inevitable merch list. If we ever do merch, there are going to be some really funny sayings on them. Just some of the random stuff that we've said during streams that, you know, are just hilarious. Yep, cookies and kindness. That's all I need. We got the best merch ideas already. I'll add it to the list. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh boy. Yeah, this list is getting pretty long. We need stickers. Oh, stickers would be amazing. Honestly, I'd have to look into that. I have no idea how to make merch or how to get merch made. So that would be a whole thing to figure out. But yeah, I definitely want to do that at some point. We got the best merch. Oh yeah, sorry. I'd love a Ya shirt. Oh my gosh. Just Ya with like 5 H's. That would be amazing. Stickers for sure. George, if something happens to you, I need to be there to take care of her. All of her wants, her needs, and desires are now my responsibility. Don't quote that. Don't quote that. Absolutely not. We were just trying to state the facts that if Evelyn ever needed someone to take care of her, that we would step in. It's for the good of the town. You know, someone's got to do it. We just volunteer as tribute. But definitely the major and cozy, minor and chaos, 1000%. Love Sugar Mommy Evelyn. She's the nicest lady. She's the nicest lady. I to this day am so sad that you can't romance her. So sad about it. All right. Let us do this egg race. Hello. All right. We're going down south. We're going down south. Look at Seb trying to block this path over here. Look at this. Look at all these eggs over here. Holy cannoli. How do I get over there? There we go. Look at this. This is the winning path right here. This is the winning path. We can get at least 10, right? That's so bad. We just bought strawberry seeds. Oh, that's so good. Were I really taking one for the team? Listen, I'm just here. I'm here to help, you know? I'm here to help. We'll get him next year. We'll get him next year. We'll get him next year. No problem. I know she must have gotten at least one more egg than me, which I think is bananas. But that's okay. This is the start of our villain arc. This is how Marcy ends up hunting down the villagers and making them a part of her inevitable vampy squad. Who's your least favorite character and why is it Abigail? Surprisingly enough, Abigail is not my least favorite character. Surprisingly enough. She is she's high on the list though. All right, let's put up these strawberries before the day ends. I'm thinking maybe we'll put them. Oh, I don't know. I'll probably put them up here in the front. We'll just have them lined up here. Yeah, maybe something like this. We just got to get the seed maker. Once we get the seed maker, it's going to make our life so easy. But this is a good start, though. This is a good start. There we go. All right. We got strawberries. We have no money left, but we got the strawberries. But did Abigail go home with seeds? I don't think so. See, this is true. This is so true. So technically, we are the winners. We are the winners of the egg festival. We got strawberries. And that's going to help us big time. Big time. We got the recipe for coleslaw. You know what? We need to go check the vendor. Let's go check the vendor and see. Well, it wouldn't even matter because we don't have money to buy anything anyway. So it really wouldn't matter if she had anything for sale or not. I kind of want to see Rye try Stardew speedrun one day. Now, how do you do a speedrun? Is that like, because there's no way to like beat it, right? Like the game. Yes, watering all the plants. Look at us go. Look at us go. So fast. Too fast. And the world's smallest watering can. All right, we're good there. Like Mayo speed run. I want to see where I play Stardew Valley Rouge. Like mod. Is that the one? Is that the Massive Farm one? Yes, water those plants. Water the plants. Perfect. Okay, now we can go. I guess we'll just go and see what she has for sale. And if she does have something really worth it, we could always try to sell it at Willie's. Sell all this fish that we got. Try to get instant money, you know? We always get the knockoff hat from Hat Mouse. Oh man, they're different ones. What are we saving for? Oh, honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Meg, thanks so much for the hydrate. I watched Stardew speedrun. They set goals to reach and see who can get them first. Oh. Really? That sounds pretty cool. So we got salmon, we've got pomegranate. It's crazy to think how expensive this stuff feels in the beginning. But obviously when you get to the later parts of the game, buying a couple pomegranate trees is nothing. It's nothing. The Stardew Valley roguelike mod transforms the game into a combat-focused dungeon crawler by replacing the standard mine with randomly generated indefinite deep dungeon. What? Copied from Google? Okay, I was like, that sounds way... That's very well put. That's very well put. All right. Beautiful. Okay. So we got the... So you drop the fish there. I guess we'll put this river jelly there too. So it's Sunday. I don't know. We could just grab... It's just bananas how the game really picks up as you get more stuff. Because right now I feel like the only thing that we really have to do is go to the mines or... I mean, that's about it. Go to the mines or fish for the first season. We're halfway through the first season now, but... What do you all usually do in the beginning? Like when you're at this stage of your new Stardew Valley farm, is there something that you really try to push for? Forage, fish, mines? Okay. So we are doing the right things. It just feels like we're doing the wrong things. I'm pretty much just, you know, planting crops, fishing, and mining until I really start to get certain things, and then we can really get the ball rolling that way. But yeah, I try to get Bust Unlocked by Spring Festival. Is that the summer one? Yeah, I guess once you get the bus unlocked, that would unlock the Skull Caverns, which could be really good for loot. Lots of forage and fishing, mining when I have food resources. Okay, which we definitely don't have. I usually lumberjack for too long. Yeah, I spent the first, I think, 5 or so days just chopping trees and stuff, which is great. I mean, you need wood for pretty much everything, especially in the beginning. But we have such a little stamina too, so we were able to get through like 3 trees before we tap out, which I thought was really funny. Still waiting for... Dessert unlock is also good for gifts like coconuts and cactus fruit. Oh, desert unlock. I don't know why. Does anyone else do that? You read desert, but you say dessert because they're spelled almost identically. Maybe it's just me. I know it's probably just me. Anytime I'm supposed to say desert, I say dessert. Cookies on the brain. I know. I probably will have cookies. I'm always make a big batch of cookies, chat. They're like oatmeal chocolate chip cookies. And then I freeze them. So I put them in the freezer. So that way over the course of a period of months, whenever I want a cookie, I just pop one in the oven. And in 30 minutes, I got a freshly baked cookie. It is the best. And you can even put the freshly baked cookie as the base and then put a scoop of ice cream on it. So then you got ice cream in a cookie. It's very nice. It's very nice. These are the ways in which I treat myself occasionally. Desert has 2 S's because you want more of it. See, I did it again. Dessert has 2 S's. Okay. See, I just can't. I can't do it, chat. I'm so sorry. I can't do it. That sounds so good. It is really good. You get like some vanilla bean ice cream or just, whatever your favorite ice cream is on top of this cookie. Or you can make a cookie sandwich too, I guess. Sometimes I'll take ice cream and I'll like smash it into like slices, like these thick slices, and then you can just pull them out of the freezer at your leisure, and then you have an ice cream patty but you like forge it into like a little square. It's really nice. Do you freeze the dough? Yeah, I make the dough, and then you want the flavors to meld. So I put it in the fridge. I wrap it in I put some like plastic wrap over the cookie bowl and put it in the fridge for a couple hours till it chills. Then I pull it back out and I form them into little 3-ounce balls, and I have a little measuring a little weight thing. So they're like 3 ounces cookies. And then you roll those up and you put them in large Ziploc bags, and then you leave them in the freezer. And then whenever you want a nice little cookie, then there you go. You have yourself a nice little dessert. And whenever I get to about maybe a dozen left, that next time I go to the store, I will get the stuff that I need for more. Next time I make cookies, though, I'm probably going to make like snickerdoodles or something like that, you know? I want a pumpkin pie blizzard. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. I love how ice cream is one of those things that you could generally eat all throughout the year. You know, but soup isn't. You know, soup is a very seasonal thing. Like, I know, I'm sure some people eat soup all throughout the year. I am not one of those people, though. If I'm going to have soup, I really will only have soup in colder seasons. The largemouth bass, nice. There we go. So I never liked snickerdoodles, really. What is your favorite, though? And then I made the snickerdoodles that you put pretzels and chocolate and caramel into. Oh. Putting pretzels in a cookie actually is probably a brilliant idea. Like, you have the little tiny pretzels. I bet you that's probably really good. Do you have the Stardew cookbook? No, but I want it. I do want the cookbook. We said that. I think we said that if we ever like made like Twitch partner or something, that we would either do a 12-hour stream, or we would do a cooking stream. It was like one of those two. Something like that. Pretzels and cookies is bomb. I actually think I want to try to see if I can find a recipe for like a chicken, or it's like a kitchen sink. It's like a kitchen sink cookie. I don't know if you've ever had those, but it's basically like a chocolate chip cookie, but you put a bunch of other random stuff in it. So you put like little mini pretzels. You know, obviously you have chocolate chips. If you have like little mini marshmallows, you throw those in there too. And yeah, you essentially have, it's a kitchen sink. That's literally what I just had. A 12-hour Stardew cooking stream. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you all would want to see that. That would be something else. That would be something else. Snickerdoodles not being chocolate bothers me. I love cinnamon. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Like, snickerdoodles really should be like a Snickers bar or mashed up Snickers bar inside of a chocolate chip cookie topped with cinnamon. That is a snickerdoodle. It literally has Snickers in the name. However, I would just call them the literalies. It's just a literally. Cinnamon is the top tier spice. It really is. And it has multi-purposes too. Apparently it keeps bugs away. It keeps spiders away, I think. You know, it's good for your, I think it's good for gut health or something like that. I don't know. The name Snickerdoodle likely comes from a German or Dutch origin, possibly a corruption of the German word. My brain cannot compute that word. I'm sorry. I just tried to say it in my head like 8 different ways. I don't even know. Or the Dutch word sneckrad. Another theory is that it's simply a whimsical, nonsensical name from a tradition of New England bakers who enjoyed creating fun sounding cookies. I like that one. That one sounds good. Wow, this fish really doesn't want to give up. Either that or I'm just really bad. That could also be a possibility. That is also, it's a very, very small, very high possibility. Okay, hear me out. New farm Stardew subathon. Rye plays an extra day week for each sub. New farm Stardew subathon. Where with every sub we play an extra day. Oh my gosh. Do you know how, I don't even know how we would do that. That would be bananas. So then we'd have to play the amount of days. There's something there though. There's something there for sure. Like you give a month, then go for 12 hours. Oh my god. Add the cocoa if you made them homemade. Apparently it wasn't even a cookie at first. Really? I did not know that. It wasn't even a cookie at first. Ain't that something? What do you think Sebastian likes? If I gave him this chub or this green algae, you think he'd be our best friend? He probably would not like that though. He probably would not like that. He seems like the type that would want a nice leek or, you know. Sebastian is picky. I believe it. I believe it. I feel like he would not. He wants obsidian. Like, brother. There's no way. There's no way. I don't know. I want to give him a fish, but I don't think he's going to like any of them. Frozen Tears. Now that sounds more like Sebastian, you know, and that's probably his #1 hit single when he becomes a big musician. That would be the song that would go triple platinum, you know, Frozen Tears. Yeah. I remember trying to give Sebastian something he didn't like and he acted so disgusted. The only other person that I've met that acted equally as disgusted was Robin. Robin did not like our gift that we gave her. And I don't know, we gave her, it was like ironic because we gave her like wood or something. And she was like, what is this? I was like, what do you mean? It's your job. Isn't that like, you always talk about wood. She did not like the wood that we brought. I was, as you would imagine, wildly offended. Wildly offended. Also flounder. He'll take pumpkin soup and sashimi. Okay, well, we're definitely not bringing him sashimi. Also flounder. We're definitely not bringing flounder either. Maybe a rare disc. Maybe he would love this one. Sebastian also likes frog eggs, which is no surprise because if you marry him, he brings a pet frog. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Really, really reconsidering the decision to team up with our boy Sebastian. You know? I'm really regretting that idea. I'm thinking Abigail might be the #1 pick. We'll see. Sashimi is cheap. Linus gives you the recipe. Can be made from any fish. Frozen Tears are easiest. I know we haven't found any Frozen Tears just yet, unfortunately. I feel like I start the same first month the same way each time, where I really just, you know, I just fish pretty much every day. It's all we do is fish, and then try to get as much money as we can through that. Yeah, I'll buy the recipe though. I didn't realize sashimi was that cheap. Or sashimi. Sashimi. It's hard to say. It is difficult to say. There we go. Another day. Another day done. Chat, let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Ate my ribs, ate my rolls, going to have cotton candy grapes for dessert. That sounds incredible. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That actually sounds incredible. I need some too. I need some too. My mincemeat and tomato robin is finally done. There we go. There we go. Chat, I have a... Let me see. Let me see. Chat, I need your opinion. I need your opinion. Let me see. We have a few options, but I don't know which one we should choose. All right. All right, I'm gonna put a poll up, and I need your thoughts. I need your thoughts as to what we should do next. Because we're about, I think we got like an hour or two, about an hour left in today's stream. Oh my gosh, sorry. Sorry, chat. I made the world's shortest stream, or the shortest, I made the shortest time frame. All right, redo. I would love to know how would you like, what would you like us to end the stream with? We could continue with Stardew, which I'm open to. Your chat is a paleo cult. That's impossible. That's impossible. You know, it looks pretty even. It looks pretty even to me. It's almost neck and neck. Voting Stardew for Virgo. I love that. You guys woke up my sweet tooth? I know, me too. I really just want ice cream now. I really just want ice cream. No, I think the Stardew folks will surprise you. I voted Stardew, but I'm down for whatever the champ is feeling. We will abide by the poll. We will abide by the poll. So we could definitely keep going with Stardew, which I'm open to, but I just wanted to ensure that I gave the option, you know, that I gave the option, that people got a chance to speak their minds about what they would like to see for the rest of today. But I'm open to either, you know. I'm open to either. Watching it go back and forth as always. I know, right? Can you? Well, that was no help, chat. That was no help. And I don't want to be the one to make this decision. We're already here. I guess we can continue with the farm. What I'm hearing is that we will be happy with either. I know. I just feel we're going to play Paleo tomorrow anyway. So I guess I just was like thinking, should we get an early start on the Paleo grind? I'm actually really enjoying that game. Rye, you vote? I actually voted. I won't say which one, but I may have been the reason why it was 50-50. Yeah. When is our new Spoopy game scheduled for? I want to start it sooner. I want to start it on Wednesday. Um, or no, not Wednesday. I think I wanted to start it on Thursday. I really want to start on Thursday. I am still trying to figure out what our next spoopy game should even be. I'll have to look at the list again, but we had some great options. And now that we're almost a week out from Halloween, I think we should start getting into some really spoopy games like Bendy and the Ink Machine or Slay the Princess, or we probably will do Slay the Princess next. I'm actually really curious about that one. Yeah. I pretty much accepted that we're not going to finish all of the games on the list. So we should just play the ones that we want to play, you know? Yeah. Was the chaos? Right, was the chaos this time? Never. Never. Rise never chaos. Oh my gosh. Why not start one of those? Oh, why not start one of those? We could. Yeah. Yeah, we could. We could. Yeah. We could. We could. And Prio spooky. Chaos is entertaining. Chaos is entertaining. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So tomorrow we'll 100% be dedicated to Palea then. We will be Palea grinding tomorrow for sure. For sure. Oh, this is the salmon berries. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is it. This is when we finally start surviving and thriving. Now that we got the salmon berries, we're going to go all around town and we are going to absolutely thrive. Which I'm very excited about. I think I don't know if this one's dead or not. I can't tell. It doesn't look like it's doing too well. Salmon berries, time to lock in. Oh my gosh. We're out of water already. Yes. Yes, beautiful. Okay. All right, let's go. We'll empty our pockets. We'll put this, because this is going to go to Gunther. The rest of this stuff is going to go in the dispenser thing. I guess we'll throw the fish in there too. Yeah. All right, now we go around town and we collect. We collect all the things. I gifted one of my friends and Stardew. When she got to playing it, she let all her crops die. Oh no. Did she not think to water them? Because I forget about that all the time. Oh, here's one. Yes, give us the salmon berries. What do they give us? 25 energy? That's not bad. That's not bad. I'll take 25 over nothing. Nice. Plus we're racking up forage mastery. Oh, is that how that is? Just picking up things? I didn't know that's how we got it. I had no idea. Yes, give us the salmon berries. Now, I know there's going to be a bunch down by that one area. By the cinder snap. All right. We can only eat bloody or red pink foods. Yeah. Yeah, our options are really limited. At least for now. But I feel like once we get the hang of it, we start really focusing on strawberries and things. We're gonna be making strawberry wine at some point as well. We're gonna be thriving. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I can't wait. Coffee and wine. Coffee and wine. Coffee and wine. I think that's how when I make my Meadowlands farm, it's probably what I'm going to specialize in too. Coffee and wine. Now, is this anchor? We could take this to Gunther. Might as well. While we're over here. I love it. I'm not sure what level they start dropping doubles. Wait, what? Gunther is 8 a.m. to... Oh. I was like, the door wasn't opening. I was so confused. I was like, we're within the hours. Yes, we will take our reward. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Melon seeds for the summer. Oh, we're winning, chat. We are so winning. Are you clicking the sign? Maybe. Maybe. Double Forge is a level up perk. Is it? It's like a level 5, right? Not us just casually going through people's trash. Oh, so this is where they... So this is where they see the... They hear the thing. The monster beneath the sewers. Haley's too involved with her camera to notice you. Oh, some spring onions. Nice. Yeah, our foraging stat has to level up at this point. Found her axe as well. Spring onion foraging while we're at it. Good to sell and get your level up too. Wait, good to sell the spring onions? I think I still have the first ones that I found. So I should be selling them. You eat them, to be honest? Yeah, we can't eat them, unfortunately. So I probably should just sell them. Guess we'll take this tree while we're here. I keep forgetting them. They might kill us. Yeah, it's very possible. We can't tell what it is just yet, so we're not taking any chances. We're taking all the salmon berries. Should I be selling the salmon berries or should I be eating them? I mean, they are red, so I guess reading them probably sounds the most logical. Eating for now. Okay. Yeah, we can definitely eat them. And what does it give us? 25 energy, right? Yeah, we'll definitely take that. I was expecting to find more salmon berries around here. Did not find that many. Found a few, but they stack really well. Oh, salmon berry wine would be good. Yeah. At the beginning, I sold everything, but eventually you can throw everything into a jam. Yeah, I think I made the salmon berry jam in the beginning as well. And that was good. That was good. You know, good to start out. I just need to get the preserve jars. And we could really turn the salmon berry stuff into some jams or something useful. Just going to drop that there. Let's see. The melons we can't use just yet, but the spring onions, I'm going to sell these. And can we use the leeks for anything? Horseradish, daffodils, leeks. Okay. Yeah, let's sell these spring onions. Yeah, we'll sell those. We'll sell those. See, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Salmon berry jam is a throw, to be honest. It doesn't, not good value for time. I mean, yeah, that's true. I guess just in the beginning when you don't really have a lot of money, some extra money is better than no extra money. But yeah, at this point, we probably will eat the salmon berries instead of jamming them because we need some sort of food. The berries are so cute, man. This is making me want to play Stardew again. Oh, I love it. I love the berries. I wish they had different types of berries throughout the year. So like each season had a day or a week of that season dedicated to all things berries. The berry bonanza, as some would call it. No one calls it that. Oh, fall has blackberries. Yeah, that's true. That is true. You're right about that. Definitely right about that. All right, let's go give Robin her axe because she requested it so. And of course she's not here because why would she be? Oh, there she is. All right, Robin's axe and 250 gold as a reward. Give someone an item. Maybe we'll give Demetrius some. Thank you. It's a very interesting specimen. Perfect. So we did that as well. 100 gold for that one. Investigate the community center for the inevitable rat problem, right? All right, I guess we'll mine. I guess we'll go to the mines. What else are we doing? Where did you find Robin's axe? Down south in Cindersnap Forest. On the right side, you can find Miss Robin's axe. It's at the bottom right of where Marnie's ranch is. And you'll see it just lying there. Right by the spring onions. Beautiful. Yes, we love it. Yes. Okay, bug meat. Well, at least this will help us get our combat skill up. So is mining only related to hitting rocks, or do we get a little bit of experience anytime we... I don't know if we get a little experience every time we enter a new level of the mines, or... I will say those things are quite troublesome. Did you get the napalm ring earlier? Honestly, I don't even remember how we got it. Was that for killing bugs? Yeah, I don't remember how we got that one. Now I want to jump on Stardew Valley. I'm in year 3. Oh, you're. I think on our forest farm, we're on the same level. We're around the same year. What are you specializing in on that farm? If you have literally nothing else but keg jam math is based on item value, so more expensive items are better usually. Yeah. I remember I threw some pineapples in there, and it really did not give me anything. Sadly, napalm ring is from killing serpents. Oh, is that how we got it? I don't even remember. I know we have it on the forest farm, but I don't remember how we got it. That is a lot though. That is a lot. Artisan goods. Been farming truffle oil at the moment. Oh. Artisan goods. Stevie, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. Bug kills are good priority for weapons. Bug kills. Oh yeah, because we get the hook one. How many kills do we need for that? Because we actually do we could use that weapon big time. Was it 30 or something crazy? I think the hook one was like the first good weapon that we ever got. A spotted headscarf. Oh my gosh. Look at her. Look at her. She looks like a vampire. And it's red too. Are you kidding me? What is this? Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. We've been hitting the bugs. It's a disguise. Oh my gosh, it is a disguise. Now we can go out during the day guilt-free. Because we have a little disguise. And then at the end of the days, we come out full on vampy. But this is good too. This is really good. Oh, I love that. Babushka fire. Oh no. She's killing the look though. No pun intended. She definitely pulls it off. Definitely pulls it off. Rise channeling Eastern European Baba. Now he will know every gossip and be better than any surveillance. 1000%. That's always the goal, right? That's always been the goal. Oh, is there any coal here? We definitely need some. Definitely need some. Hold on a second. All right, chat. Also, I'm gonna start posting a schedule onto the schedule part of the Discord as well. So I know a lot of people have been asking. We've made a lot of new friends recently, and people have been wanting to know what days we're gonna stream. And I know for the most part, outside of Sunday, it kind of varies each week. Outside of Sunday, but I would love to like start posting a schedule just so people know what game we're gonna be playing as well. Yeah. Oh, I need to change that. Yeah, sorry about that. I need to change that notification. Hold on. Let me just do that right now. Sorry, chat. Let me do that right now because it's going to bother me. But the Discord one, the Discord link is the one for, let's see, what is it? It's, oh, sorry. I'll change it right now. I totally forgot that command was still there. If you want XP, focus on ore nodes. and gray rocks, and the other ones don't give XP. I learned after 4 years of playing Star. Wait, so you were chopping rocks, mining rocks for that long, and they didn't, like, the other rocks weren't giving any XP? That's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. I didn't know that. All right. Or it should be updated. Should be updated. Okay. Saw it in a speed run. Some of them don't give XP, so I learned to prioritize. So you don't use the ones, you don't really use the ones that aren't really giving you much. Well, that's good to know. I did not know that. I did not know that. Oh no, of course it's getting dark. Of course it's getting dark. Hold on. Make a couple of cherry bombs. Wow, that is a very small explosion. There's so many little things to do. Oh my gosh, we can't just mine in peace, can we? Holy cannoli. Oh my gosh, there was a staircase right here. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Jane, welcome back. Thanks so much for checking into the casa. We're definitely going to pass out, but that's okay. I lost track of time. The bug distracted me, which is all right. We'll lose, with how much money we have, we'll probably lose about a nickel or something, you know? It's so funny how folks can play Stardew for years and still learn new things about it. I think that's been the most magical part about this game, at least for me, is being able to, you know, continue to learn things about this game even after, well, after the fact, you know? Even well after the fact. Oh, they billed us 1,000 or 100 gold. Thanks, Joja. Thanks, Joja Mart. I hope you're feeling settled in your new home. I'm writing to let you know that Pierre's store is now selling fertilizers. Leave it to Pierre. Ripperonis, we are out of space. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. They always take 10%. Wait, who takes 10%? Oh, the Joja Corporation. Yeah, leave it to Joja. Leave it to Joja to try to capitalize on our moments of weakness. All right, we are thriving. Look at us go. But unfortunately, we did wake up with half the energy. It seems like it doesn't really affect us later in the game. Like, I almost never go to sleep now. And, you know, obviously outside of them taking a bit of coin from you, it's not that bad. Need more water. All right. Now, I got an important call. Didn't get to hang out as much as I had wanted. See you next time. Hey, Cozy. We'll see you in the next one. No worries. Hopefully everything is going all right, and we'll see you in the next one for sure. I just hope you bit the person who found you. I know we had to turn them. They can never know who we are. Yeah. They can never know. All right, so we've got some other things here. Gonna put these things. We probably should sell some of these items. Let's see. Do we have enough? At least for the seed packs. Chat, for the seed packs, should I be selling these seed packs or using these to like actually plant them? Because I go back and forth as to like what the right thing is to do there. Jelly bean? No jelly bean. No jelly bean on that one. You can plant them for foraging? Okay. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Because I know that, like, I'm just wanting to know your thoughts, because I usually would sell them and just take the money, but yeah, I think planting them, you're right, is probably the better play. Probably. So we got those. All right. So we planted those. Looks good now. I guess I'm just going to fill in all these empty spaces. I know we got a bunch of stuff. Got a bunch of stuff growing here, but plant those. Maybe make another row. Your forage goes up and then you end up getting more seeds to sell. Wow, that tree just fell right on top of our crops. Those crops would be destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. All right. So we'll hold on to the one for now. Why not? Oh, rip. We don't have any. Oh, we still have the salmon berries. I need to go see if there's more. There's more salmon berries. Why save one? Just because I didn't have any place to put it. And if I planted it here, oh, I guess, oh, you're right. There's this one spot. I didn't see that one. I did not see this spot right here, right in front of me. There we go. Or I guess there was two spots. Okay. Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. Man, We are running out of energy so fast. So fast. There's a space in the middle. Yeah, for some reason I did not see it. I did not see that one, which I should have. And then one right below it. Yeah, I somehow missed both of those. I'm gonna just put this down here. The little beatbox thing. I love how the cats can jump. That's so cool. It's so funny. I feel like the cats actually end up being more lively than the dogs. Actually, I don't know if that's true, because I think even all the other farms that I have, I think I chose cats. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Kitty is helping us farm. The dog bark is so loud. I don't know. Do I have a dog? I think I have one on the beach farm, but yeah, not too sure. On the forest farm, we definitely have a cat. Yeah, pretty sure we do. All right, let's go back to the mine, shall we? While we're here, we'll throw a few of these in there. Beautiful, beautiful. Throw a couple of those. The first time I chose dog, the bark startled me. For me, it was the cows. As soon as the cows moo, I was so taken back. I was like, what is that? And why is that? You know? And how is that? You know, all the questions that run through one's mind. All right, was there something we needed to do? Investigate the community center. Reach level 40. And build a coop. I'm pretty sure the coop is more expensive than what we have, but let's go see what Robin... I don't think the coop is 2,000 though, I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty sure it's like 5,000. Might even be more. Might even be more. The first time I chose the dog... Oh, berries and mine? Okay, berries and mine. Berries and mine. Chad, I don't know how you do this. How do you start a new farm? I feel so slow. I feel like I'm like, where's my horse? What am I doing? I don't know how many of you do it. Or it's just like go mine or go fish or you know, or don't have energy. I always get the black hat and always called it miso. It becomes funny when Sebastian says he fed miso. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Perseverance. It's just, how do you go back from having obsidian gear, you know, or you know, the galaxy sword and things like that to this new life that seemingly has nothing that you're looking for? I wonder if that item is still back there, or if I have to have the map before it actually shows up. It's fun, but also frustrating. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling both. I'm enjoying it, but I'm also like, man, I do not want to do this again. You know what I mean? Okay, so we have to find the map in order to get the piece. There's like a treasure chest over there. It was like worth 5,000. Imagine if you could get that from the first day. You would be so much better off. So much better off. I didn't get a horse for like 4 farms. Would you turn on mobs on one of the other farms? I think I would. I think I would. Yeah. I think turning on mobs is a really great way to test one's mettle, challenge yourself. You know, I forgot to get the horrors. The constant struggle, but you know about the cool gear now, so you work towards it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Once you get the movement figured, you just run. There's a mod that can spawn you all the gear at the beginning. So when you had enough of the slow grind, you just activate the mod. Man, those mods really change the game. They really help out. I've not used any of like the game changing mods yet, but there we go. Our lucky day. Our lucky day. Oh, this is a ton of fun. This is a ton of fun. What's worth pushing for early or just taking your time on? So you kind of know where the grind is and where to wait. Yeah, that makes sense. You kind of have that you have that foresight now to where it's not, you know what's coming in a way. I think it's pretty cool. Time waster bugs. Oh, it's just like a little love story that we just abruptly just ended, which seems pretty terrible. Not today, brother. We'll take these as well because why not? Nice. I always push in the beginning, do adventures early. I hate the rusty sword. Yeah, the rusty sword is not it. It is not it. But as soon as we can get the other one, we will be living. It's going to be beautiful. All right, let's see. What do we got? He's got the... Cave insects is at 45, 49. So we need 80 for the cave insects. All right, we're going back in the cave. I'm just going to try to push for that then. I'm going to try to push for the cave insects one and see if we can get something going there. Of course, we're starting to get floors without any cave insects. Unfortunate. I always push the slime's love ended so easily. They were gonna have a baby. Yeah, I like as soon as I started attacking them, I did not. I finally realized I was like, oh, maybe just leave them alone, leave them be. Yes, more bugs. We got a green shirt. It's pretty cool. Oh, we do need to eat, yeah. Yes, we do need to eat. Yes, we got some new ideas. Nice. Got some new enemies. Perfect. All right. I've never seen a blue one. Oh my gosh, not the red shoes. Not the red shoes. Holy cannoli, we got the red shoes, we got the red hat or the red scarf. We're looking pretty good. Yes. Perfect. We got our combat skill up too, which is nice. Unfortunately, I always forget we don't, you know what? The reason I keep falling asleep before getting back to my farm is that I'm not used to not having the minecart. And I'm not used to having to run on foot. I'm like, where's my horse? You know? Where's my horse? But I don't have a horse, you know? Little Red Biting Hood. Oh my gosh. Someone write that down. That's brilliant. That's perfect. All right, we got the life elixir, level 2 combat, level 3 mining. Okay. Nice. Nice. So that puts us at, so farming is really the only thing that we're still kind of lacking on, you know, farming, mining. Oh, mining, foraging, and fishing. Already at level 3, which is pretty crazy. We're just a baby vamp working our way up. That's all. You know? That's all. Just a little baby vamp. Just trying to get by. You know? Nothing more to see than just that. Oh no. The scarecrow got to us. Well, that is really going to mess up profits in our coffee and wine shop. Forgot to put a scarecrow out. All right, well, no worries. I don't... You know, we are restarting this day. I just destroyed one too. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. I was like, there's no way we can end the day or start the day on that note. You know, it's like when you wake up in the morning and you accidentally stub your toe or something. You know, it's like I cannot have my day start on this note. I'm just gonna go back to bed. We're gonna try this again tomorrow. Okay, and hopefully, you know, we can get it right the next time. We need this. Okay. We need a nice little scarecrow just hanging out right there. Beautiful. Try to get rid of some of these trees too. We got trees everywhere. All right. We're doing pretty well for day 17 of spring though. Yeah. I think we're doing pretty well. I think we're doing pretty well. All things considered, we leveled up again. What does that put us at? So oh, that's farming. Okay, so farming will be level 2. We'll sell the potatoes. We'll go hunt down some more salmon berries. You know, should be good. Every vamp has to start somewhere, and our vamp is no different. She's definitely starting at what they call humble beginnings, you know. But eventually, she will be the empress of Pelican Town. They'll write ghost stories about her tales as a farmer and how she really took a bite out of the competition, you know. And while she may be teaming up with Joja, their fate will be the same nonetheless, you know? They will find themselves in a... yeah, Joja's going to get destroyed anyway. We gotta destroy it from the inside. You know what I mean? Can't destroy it from the outside. It's impossible. All right. So that puts us... Now we got 2,000 gold. We are living. We're swimming in money at this point. Which feels good to say. Let's go see if we can grab some more salmon berries. We'll kind of take it from there, you know? Planning a corporate takeover? Possibly. I haven't decided how we're going to write this story, though. So, we're kind of playing it. We're playing it by ear, but oh yeah. The goal will be to defeat the beast from within. The most unassuming corporate vampire, vampy corporate baddie, right? Right? Tell me that's not a tantalizing story. I would watch it. Oh, we got the gold. Oh, I forgot it's the 17th. Oh my gosh, that's the second time that we've stumbled upon that by accident. Totally forgot about that. They should do that for the other holiday one. They should do that for the Christmas one where, you know, maybe Santa drops a random gift at your house and it's almost always something from your community center that you don't already have. So every year you get one of them. So eventually you would finish it, you know. But I suppose they just didn't want to do that. They didn't want to go that route. This Vampy wears Prada. Oh, she's fancy for sure. She is fancy. She's a fancy gal. There are a few other little Easter eggs. Look at that. She's got the red boots on. She's got the red hat. Oh, she's ready. She's ready for whatever. Thanks for the cabbage, Santa. Listen, if you were having trouble getting cabbage though, that would be the best gift. You know? It would be the best gift. So Alex still doesn't want to play with us. Still playing games as per usual. You know? But if I got cabbage from Santa though, I would be over the moon. Absolutely over the moon. Or, you know, that red cabbage or that fish that I couldn't seem to find anywhere else. He just so happens to have it. All right. I think river fish here. Might be some good ones. Day 17. And we're already in there. We're already in there doing pretty well. I think by the end of this first season, we'll be in a really good spot. You know, it will be in a really good spot. If the Winter Festival prioritized community center museum in the first years, that would be great quality of life. If the Winter Festival prioritized community center. Oh, yeah, that would be pretty good. That would be really good. Look at the kids. Came outside to watch us fish. You know, in our cute little disguise. In our cute little disguise. Great. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Kids look up to us. Well, you know, we are a vampire. You know, we are a vampire. We got a sunfish. I feel like when I do my solo farm, I'm probably still going to do the community center. I think it's just more fun. Yeah, the Lost Boys. I didn't even think about like that. Yeah, the Lost Boys, I guess most recently Sinners. There's a lot of great vampire stories out there. You know, I know there's a lot of people that still love Twilight. I'm sure I think Twilight was scheduled to come back in theaters. I don't know if it already did, but I think they were having like a Twilight trilogy or something. The level of excitement that you get from, you know, from like completing a community center bundle is pretty great. I never do the JoJo route, but it fits Marcy. Yeah, Marcy's the only route that I will ever go the JoJo route. But I think like you know, if we do another story, that would be good. I've never done Joja. Yeah, I've heard Joja's not a great route to go. Like, it just really cheapens the game. Apparently makes it super easy to get a lot of these things. So, you know, in that realm, it probably isn't the most fun. I like discovering things and I like finding things in this game, and you know, it's a fun process for, I think it's just more fun to go about the route of actually getting some of these items. I know some of you will get really mad at me. I dislike the Twilight movies and books. That is a hot take. That is a hot take. But I respect it. I mean, I know not everybody liked, a lot of people didn't like the movies. Some people like the books. Some people don't like either of them, you know. So I totally get that. It's an acquired taste, you know, the Twilight movies and the Twilight books. It's definitely not for everybody. And another sunfish with some interesting little items. I think this shop is closed. Closes at 6. Unfortunate. I can reread Twilight. I cannot reread 50 Shades. That's totally fair. They did Twilight, and it was very much a Rocky Horror vibe of everyone yelling during the movie. Oh my gosh. A theater near me does cheap matinees of older movies and themed drinks and food to it. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I saw a video about a place that provides you food inspired by the movie. So it takes dinner and a movie to an entirely new, it takes it to a whole new level where while you're watching the movie, at certain parts in the movie, you will be presented with like a course, like a meal, and it ties in with the movie. Now, the movie that was being featured was Ratatouille, which makes sense. It's a movie about food. But there's a lot of other movies that I think would be great picks for something like that, you know, that don't even really have to have anything to do with food itself, right? Obviously you have like, I'm trying to think, what are some great food movies, like movies about food? Because there's some really good ones, you know. Obviously you have Chef, which I think was really good. You got The Menu, fantastic film. Obviously you've got more animated films like Ratatouille. You've got Ratatouille's a good one. But even movies that don't have anything to do with food, like I think you could still watch Twilight and then they would just create a menu based on certain moments in the movie, give those moments certain names, those menu items certain names. And so as you get through the course of the dinner, maybe you have 6 or 7 courses, like small plates, and while you're watching the movie, so it enhances it, whether it's, you know, maybe you get like a starter during Twilight called Wolfsbane or something like that. And it's basically like, I don't know, it could be like a starting salad or something like that, you know? And then you end it with, I don't know, you end it with like a vial of blood or something, which is basically like a strawberry syrup topped on a pound cake or something. You know what I mean? That would be pretty sick. And when you entered, you picked Team Jacob or Team Edward and got a pin. That would be awesome. Yeah, that would be awesome. I still enjoy Twilight. You know, it's one of those movies you can go back to. And even if you don't like Twilight, you're not a fan of it, it is a great movie to go and watch. To even just comment about how bad it is. You know, there's certain movies that are just, they're so bad they're good. And I think for a lot of people, you know, Twilight potentially could be that movie, you know? Could be that movie. I'm happy for the actors in that film though, because, you know, I mean, though those movies were a wild success though. So, you know, but sometimes you're in a big franchise like that and it could kind of taint your career as an actor because you get typecasted as a certain type of character. But, you know, whether it's Kristen Stewart or, you know, or anyone else in that movie, it seems like everybody did pretty well even after that, you know. Edward's the only stalker I will allow. Twilight is not good, but it is very entertaining. Yeah, and I think it's one of those movies that even if you don't think that it's good, you know, it's still great, you know, in a way, in more ways than one. Imagine in 10 plus years, someone will remake Twilight and it will be a second hit. Imagine if they remade Twilight and it's actually like really good. You know, I would say give it 10 years. I guarantee you we'll see a Twilight remake for sure. I will probably see they're already doing a Harry Potter remake as a show. You know, it's unfortunate. It's just like, let those things live, you know. I think Twilight's still a cult classic. I think Harry Potter will always be a cult classic, and they'll always try to remake Harry Potter or make money off Harry Potter. Robert Pattinson as Batman is out of pocket though. I actually really liked Robert Pattinson as Batman. I was very surprised. I was very surprised with how good that movie was. Matt Reeves wrote an incredible script for that film. And Robert Pattinson did good. He did good. Robert Pattinson and the chemistry that he had with Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman, like really, really great movie. And I think it shocked a lot of people because I don't think a lot of people really wanted Robert Pattinson as Batman. But obviously they saw something that we eventually saw when the movie came out that showed that he was the best pick for that kind of Batman. And that's the beautiful thing about Batman. It's like, depending on what the story is and depending on the story you're trying to tell, is it really does require a, you know, specific person. If you want like more of like a brutal Batman, I mean, maybe you'd go with someone else, but I think all things considered, for that style of Batman film is more of like a detective. I think they got the right guy. Whereas like you look at Ben Affleck's Batman, it's very different kind of Batman. Even George Clooney's Batman, very different. You know, even the Dark Knight Batman was really good, you know? Just fun casting because of Twilight. Yeah, I think that's what I was saying. I was like, when because everybody knows Robert Pattinson from Twilight. And so I don't think there's a lot of people that really came in, you know, when it was announced that he was going to be Batman. I don't think a lot of people had a lot of faith that he was going to do well, and that movie was going to flop. And it ended up doing really well. And it was actually a super good story, which was surprising for, I think, a lot of people. You know, it just goes to show. You never know. You never know. There's a lot of movies that people think were going to be good that end up not being good at all. All right, so we'll throw those in there. Yeah. I love Midnight Sun. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah. I discovered you last night. I've already watched all of your Stardew and Paleo videos on YouTube. I'm very happy to be here at Pandemonium. Thank you so much for saying that. And thanks so much for checking into the Casa. Welcome to Casa de Cozy, where check-in time is now and checkout time is never. We hope that you enjoy your stay. And welcome in. Seriously, thanks so much for being here. This is literally bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A. Anyway. And vice versa, Joker 2. Yeah, exactly. People thought that movie was going to be fantastic because the first one was so good. And Joaquin Phoenix was really great as Joker. I just think they tried to do something a little too different with Joker 2 that I don't think really landed with a lot of people. I think that, you know, it's the classic swing and a miss, you know, but I'm sure when they were making it, they thought they were really hitting on something big and thought that they had a good idea in mind, and, you know, and it just wasn't good. Okay, we finally got sprinklers and the mayo machine. Okay. We got the recycling machine. We got some stuff for fishing. Level 4 fishing already. Good stuff. Good stuff. It wasn't the right movie for the movie they were making. Yeah, and coming off of what Joker 1 was, it was even more of a stark change in Joker 2 because people just did not expect, I don't think people expected it. But you know what's funny is like there's a lot of movies that have come out that were not appreciated when they dropped that eventually get appreciated. So I think Joker 2 could find itself being one that ages really well, but at the time and when it dropped, just people were not really interested in that kind of Joker. I think they wanted more. I think they just wanted more Joker 1, but different, you know? And instead they got a whole new type of Joker movie. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. Just so we understand each other, I have no problem with anyone loving Twilight books or movies. I just grew up with Nosferatu as a template vampire, so not on anything glittering in the sun, for sure. And at the time that Twilight came out, I think, you know, it was such a pop cultural phenomenon, you know, for, you know, people loving vampires, and, you know, maybe you came off the days of Buffy, and you know, then people started reading these Twilight books, and then, like, I remember I never heard of Twilight before until I was working one night. I was working in retail at some store, and there was a Barnes & Noble nearby. It was right down the street. I was on my break, and I'm walking by, and I see everybody dressed up as these vampires. I had no idea who they were. They were dressed up all, like, regal-like, and turns out they were dressed up as the Volturi, which I did not know. I didn't know what the Volturi was at the time because I'd never heard of Twilight. And it was a book celebration, like, launch for the launch of Eclipse. And, you know, it was the first time I'd ever heard of Twilight. And then, like, it was like a year or two later, you know, the trailer for Twilight dropped. And I was like, oh, that one book. And people were losing their minds over Twilight, you know? Next thing you know, Twilight costumes, vampire costumes were the top sellers for like the next 5 Halloweens. It was nothing but vampies. Everybody wanted to be vampies, and if you weren't a vampy, you were a werewolf, which I think is cool because, like, those are like some of like the earliest, you know, vampire, or like the earliest Halloween costumes, you know, vampires, werewolves, and like all that stuff's pretty cool. But yeah, Ali, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I sold a lot of those back in the day. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you had big pop culture classics that are still popular to this day. I mean, I think when Twilight was coming around, I think they were still doing the Harry Potter books. I think, or it's the Harry Potter movies. I think Deathly Hallows wasn't out yet, but I think they were on Prisoner of Azkaban at the time. And then Twilight came around, and that was like a love interest sort of romance fantasy thing. And then Hunger Games came out, and that was this sort of dystopian will they won't they romance thing. And so it's like all you know, and we were all like, at the time, many of us were like teens, young adults, maybe you were in your 20s or 30s or whatever, but like, you know, that was all the rage, was like young teens being in love and like deciding whether or not they're gonna turn their friends into vampires. Or, well, what a time though. What a time. You know, what a time. You know, people were into it, and that's what made it cool. I loved Hunger Games. Hunger Games was like the first, like, I don't know what you call it, pop culture book that I'd ever read. I didn't get into Harry Potter books until way later, But before, when Hunger Games trailer came out, I like went to the Barnes and Noble. I bought the books and I actually read the books. And I always was somebody that was not really big into reading. I just could never focus long enough to be into it until I read the Hunger Games books. And I actually was like locked into those books. I was locked in. I loved them. They were great. All right, let's go look for some more of those berries. I guess we'll go this way. We got the scarecrows doing their thing. We've got, let's see. I loved all three of those series. Harry Potter, Twilight, Hunger Games. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Divergent. Remember the Divergent series? What was that? Shailene Woodley and Leo or Theo James, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That was a time. I think the first one was okay. That was the second book series that I'd ever like really read, was the Divergent series. And then the movies came out and the first one was all right, I think. The second one was not good at all. And then the third one, I was like, what are we doing here? Maze Runner 2. I mean, we're talking about, I would say like the early 2000s, the 2010s, when all these movies were coming out. 2010s, which doesn't feel like that long ago, but then I remember that it's 2025, which feels like a lifetime ago. But in the 2010s, I mean, these were like, I mean, we were living in franchise paradise between Maze Runner, you know, say what you will about Divergent, the Divergent series, Hunger Games, Twilight, Harry Potter. I mean, we were living. Maze Runner was great. Love those movies. Love those movies. I wouldn't watch Shailene Woodley movies at first because Secret Life of the American Teenager. Oh my gosh. Oh man, who remembers Slat? Slat was different. Secret Life of the American Teenager. That was, I don't know if I could go back and watch it, but Chad, I was that guy. I was that guy that was my jam, you know? And at the time I was into sports because like my dad really wanted to push me to like play sports and like football. And listen, I just wanted to be the teacup. I wanted to be the teacup in the Beauty and the Beast play. You know, I was Troy Bolton at my high school, chat. I'm telling you, I was Troy Bolton at my high school. My dad was pushing me to get the basketball scholarship, and I just wanted to be the lead in the play. You know, I ended up falling into the pressure and dropping my role in the play to play football, which I did. It was all right. It was all right, but I always regretted it. I always thought about that. You know, I just want to dance, Dad. I just want to dance. That's all I want to do. I want to dance and I want to collect Pokemon cards and that's it. But I would get off of football practice and I'd be jamming out to some Gilmore Girls, you know, because what else is one to do? You know, Gilmore Girls was the jam. It was the jam. And if I wasn't watching the Gilmore Girls, Secret Life of the American Teenager, ABC Family, that was what we were watching. That was what we were watching. You know, that is so Troy Bolton coded. I mean, I was Troy Bolton at the golf course, singing "Bet on It." You know, singing "Bet on It," just wanting the lead in the play to fall in love with me. You know what I mean? That's all I wanted. I was a simple person, you know. Gilmore Girls is heat. Speaking as this fight, man. Gilmore Girls is heat. It really is. It really is. You know, I no one ever asked me this. But I always wanted people to ask me whose team was I on. You know, was I team Jesse? You know, was I team I didn't like the other guy that she dated, the super ritzy guy. He was he came from the rich family, you know. Was I team Dean? You know, I don't know. Dean didn't have a lot of ambition though, chat. He really didn't. Like, you know, it's cool though. You know, I don't know. I think he wanted Rory to stay in town and just live that small town life. And she was like, listen, I'm about to become head editor of the newspaper. Okay. You know, I'm on to bigger and better things. You can't hold this. You can't hold me down. You know, Friends was always my fave. Oh, Friends was so good. Friends is good. I didn't get into Friends until way after it ended though. Yeah. You did not like Logan? I thought Logan was a safe bet. You know, I thought Logan was a safe bet. You know, I mean, he was fine. He was fine, but I didn't think there was anything great about him. He was all right. He was a safe bet, you know, but then, you know, Dean was the first love. Jesse was the bad boy who eventually turns his life around and eventually, in my opinion, becomes potentially the best pick for Rory. But he had to get his life right, you know? He had to get his life right. He had to get rid of the bad boy ways, you know, and realize that life isn't about being a bad boy, you know? It's about that 401k, you know? Jesse had the biggest glow up, I think, of any of them, you know? I think of any of them. You know, Dean made his choices and pretty much was ready to throw his whole life away for Rory, which was like, you know what I mean? You know, Jesse's the only one of the emotional maturity to support Rory. I mean, his whole speech, I don't remember. I mean, it's so long since I watched the show, you know, and I kind of got back into it when the reunion series happened. But I remember there was a season where he gives her a whole really heartfelt speech about like, this isn't you, Rory, you know, like this, like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like what are you doing? You know? And she was like, what do you mean? He's like, you're living at your grandparents' house, you know, you dropped out of Yale, you know, like, what are you doing? You know? And she was like, well, you don't know me. You don't know me. This is me. This is not you, Rory. This is not you. And she had to get that. To get that from Jesse. To get that from Jesse was the Uno reverse that I never saw coming. You know? It was the Uno reverse I never saw coming. And it changed me. It changed me. It made me realize people can change. They can improve. You know? And it may take some time, but I don't think a lot of people ever expected much from Jesse. So to see Jesse's glow up in that way and him actually being the voice of reason, the way that she was for him for a long time, it's huge. That's some character development, chat. It's character development. I don't know how we got on this whole conversation, and I could yap all day about Gilmore Girls. You know, I like to think this is a safe space, you know. This is what I was watching. This is my jam, you know. We started with Twilight. You see, this is why I can't talk about Twilight, chat. This is why I can't talk about Twilight. It gets me on a whole other tangent. Next thing you know, we're talking about career paths and life choices. You know. Speaking of life choices, Bella. We won't talk about that though. We won't have to get into that. You know. Yeah. Why did you drop out of Yale? Oh man. Coming back and expecting her to just love him and leave with him when he left without telling her. Yeah. That show was drama though. It was drama, but it was drama back when drama was good, you know? Now I feel like some shows I watch looking for drama just has drama for drama's sake. But the drama in Gilmore Girls felt real and it felt personal and it felt like relatable, you know, even if it didn't relate to many of us at all. And that's what was good about it. That's what was good about it. What a time though, chat. What a time. Honestly, I'm team Rory needs to grow up. That was me for a long time. Oh, baby, we got a diamond. Holy cannoli. Holy cannoli. A diamond this early? A diamond this early in the game? And they want me to give it to Gunther. There's no way. There's no way. I'm not giving that to Gunther. There's no chance. Spooky, Vampire, Troy Bolton, Gilmore Girls. Oh, that's how we ended up. Yeah, that is how we ended up on that. You know what I would love to know, chat? Why is Sebastian standing this close to us? You know? I snuck into the caves last night and got a nasty cut from a rock crab. Don't tell anyone, okay? Totally, brother. Totally. Maybe he wants this Nautilus fossil. He probably wouldn't like it. He probably would not like it. This is why we got to get triple shot espresso. It seems like everybody likes that gift, more or less. You know? I don't think there was a single soul that I gave it to that did not like the triple shot espresso. River jelly. He's been standing in the same spot for years and you barge in. Listen, he wasn't there. He wasn't there when I got there. You know? I knew Jonathan would be fine as Fiero. He's done musical theater before. Oh my gosh, Gunther. Oh. All right. Let's put this fish away while we're here. We got a lot of good stuff. Fish. I don't want to sell this diamond. I'm going to hold on to it for now. Even though, to be honest with you, I don't know what I'm going to use it for. Yeah, we'll put the diamond over here. And the shell as well. We got to take both of those to Gunther. And good stuff, yes. If anyone wants great show recs, Trimmy, it has drama, jazz, cooking, romance, best HBO deep cut. Really? Really? I grew up with Adina, and Alphabet is one of my most beloved characters. She killed it too. I love it. I love the conversations that we somehow that have somehow sparked in this chat today. I love it. You know, it still surprises me when we see these creatures come out of the woods. I'm just not used to having mobs on the farm. It really kind of throws you for a loop, I think. It really does. Paul and I are here just swanning over Jonathan Bailey, and Wicked and Bridgerton don't mind us. Oh, no worries. I love it. Stardew in chat for the soul. The ultimate comfort stream. You know what I mean? I don't even, like, what is there to say? Chat, what is happening today? Deska with the raid. Holy cannoli. What is happening, chat? What is going on, raiders? Welcome. Thank you so much. Deska with the raid. Mods, can we get a shout out? Please and thank you. Holy moly. Deska, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for sharing your community over here and joining us as we embrace in the cozy vibes. It is so good to have you all in here Truly, truly. We're hanging out. We got into a conversation about Twilight and the golden age of pop culture. Somehow, some way that ended up in a conversation about who Rory should have chose in Gilmore Girls, and the conversation has just snowballed from there. You all came at the perfect time. I don't know how we get into these conversations, you know, Team Edward, Team Jacob, and now here we are, sounds like a good combo. Oh, it was good. It was great. We talked about Jesse's glow up, the golden age of Gilmore Girls, and now we're talking about Wicked, I don't know, Team Charlie. Liv, thank you so much for the follow. Nicole, thank you so much for the follow. And Deska, thank you so much. Seriously, how was the stream today? What were we up to? What were we doing today? Thank you so much as well. Let me see. Holy cannoli, join us. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Sounds good. I think I'm going to stay for a bit. We came at the perfect time. You really did. Team Jacob all day. That's fair. Son, I can see both sides. We did horror game, then marbles. Oh, what game do we play today? I have a very long list of spooky games that I need to get to. Phasmo, I love it. No, it's perfect. Holy moly. I tried Phasmo last year for the first time, I think, and
I love it more. I love it.
Lost, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. Gotta go and edit stuff tonight. Maybe we'll see you come back later. Hope to have an amazing and awesome stream. Nicole, we'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much. And Deska, if you have to raid and run, please do not feel obligated to stay. Take care of yourself. Eat some food. Whatever makes you feel cozy, And thank you so much for stopping in. Seriously. Tad, I don't know. This has been a wild day. We've met a lot of incredible friends, and it's been really fun. It really has. We're just chaos when we start chatting. Yeah, the conversations really took a turn. I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh man, it's been an epic Monday. I know we never even got to Palia. That was on the table for sure. But we'll play Palia. We'll definitely make time for Palia this week for sure. Yeah, a day of rich conversation. The conversation was definitely on 10 today. Most definitely. Yeah. And Payson, thank you so much for the follow. Dilly, thank you so much as well. Chad, if I'm mispronouncing any of your names, please let me know. I really don't want to be getting anyone's name wrong. Yeah. Palia for the next Chaos stream? I think so. I really want to get further in Palia. I really do. And yeah. So I think we will most definitely. Irene, good to see you again. Hello. Yeah. I feel like I have so much to do in that game. We just started too, so I'm trying not to put too much pressure on it, but I would like to at some point get a lot further along in Palia. I find that being a game that I really want to play. I'll probably play a little bit tonight too. I think that'll be good. I don't know how it runs on Steam Deck, but I feel like it could be good. Yeah. Trash, thank you so much for the follow as well. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Truly. All right, we continue. Just as Marcy is a baby vampire, Autumn Bear is just a newborn human in Palia. Le Autumn Bear. She is the best. I just tried Palia for the first time. Finally got on the controller to work correctly. What do you think about it? Are you enjoying it? Some Palia now? Oh, man. An early farm? Any special goals on this run? So this is actually a farm that we created earlier this month, and it's for spooky. We wanted to make a spooky farm. So I wanted to try the wilderness farm, which has mobs on it. And so we started this farm. We made a vampire character, and this entire farm is themed after vampire lore. Like all the great vampires of our time, from Buffy to The Lost Boys to Twilight to most recently Sinners to Vampire Diaries, one of the greatest shows of our time. And so the whole thing is themed after vampires. And we have a set list of rules that we must abide by as a vampire in this small town. Eventually, we will coerce the entire town to fall in love with us, and they'll become our minions, and we'll basically run the town. We'll infiltrate Joja from the inside out. There's a whole plot that's happening. There's a whole plot that's happening. That's why she's got the red eyes and she's got the little bonnet, which, you know, disguises her true intentions. She got a daylight ring, of course. You know, if you know, you know. You know. It sounds so fun. Also, what kind of games do you usually play? So we started off earlier this year playing Stardew. We play a lot of Stardew. We just started our journey through Palea last week. Just started Palea for the first time, which I've actually really enjoyed. And so I think we're going to start doing Palea a little bit more, just as like cozy casual streams to play. But when we're not playing those, I love a good story game, and I love highlighting indie games. We play a lot of indie games here. Chat's always recommending indie games for me to check out and try. So my wish list on Steam, which is upwards of like 200 games right now. We're always trying to play new indie games. We just played Firewatch last week. Pretty much the whole month of October, we're celebrating spooky games. So we played Firewatch, we played Inside, played Limbo last year. We played Oxenfree as well. But really, it's all about sharing experiences together here. It's all about being cozy, whatever it is, whether you're crocheting or you're hanging out, maybe you're cooking dinner, you're hanging out with the family, maybe you're at work. Just great vibes to have in the background. You know, with a little bit of cozy commentary for your viewing pleasure. And that's it, you know. That's it. That's all it is, you know. As they say, cozy is a state of mind. Firewatch is good. I loved Firewatch. It was so good. I cannot believe I never played that game before. I love the vibe over here. Thank you so much. I honestly, I never expected Firewatch to be as good as it was, and that game really, it took me by surprise. It really did. I had such a good time with it. And so I don't know what the next spooky game is that we're going to play. I think it's Slay the Princess. I think we'll play next. It might be Little Nightmares 2, because I never played that one. So I definitely need to do Little Nightmares 2. Or something of that sort. I love spooky time, though. It's my favorite time of the year, as you can tell from the background. I love spooky time. And so a lot of the games we're playing right now are what we call spoopy. Not too crazy, but just crazy enough, you know? Just crazy enough. Rye also posts videos on YouTube to see more of what he's played before. Oh yeah, we're playing Tears of the Kingdom right now on YouTube, and Luigi's Mansion 3, which has been a lot of fun. I've actually really enjoyed Luigi's Mansion. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I've tolerated Luigi's Mansion. But that game is tough. That game is so tough. All right, we need to go grab wood and stone. I think we're gonna make a coop. I think we need to start investing in chickens. Oh, we did play Cult of the Lamb. Oh, chat, I need to get back into Cult of the Lamb. I really do. That game has been a lot of fun too. I highly underestimated. I may have overestimated how long this month was. You know, have you looked into Out of Sight? Cute little 2-hour spooky game. It's adorable. Out of Sight. Out of Sight. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, chat. Out of Sight. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. How do you even see this one? Hold on, chat. 1 second. This game, you're Sophie, a young blind girl who sees through her teddy bear's eyes. I'm sold. I'm sold. I'm sold. They said the magic word. They said teddies. They said teddies. You got me. You got me. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Chat, I got this on Etsy recently for anyone that's new. I don't really know what her name is yet. But right now we're just calling her Boo Bear. I found an artist on Etsy and she crochets things and I saw this and I had to get it and it just arrived. I'm obsessed. I am obsessed. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll call her Marcy. I don't know. But escape your captors and uncover the evil history of the dark mansion you desperately seek to escape in this unique atmospheric horror puzzle adventure game. Oh. Okay. Adding it to the wish list. The wish list is up to 271 now. Oh, and it's spooky vibes. Oh my gosh, we might need to play this. There's another game that we saw recently on our... So these are the games, the spooky games we've beaten so far this year. Firewatch, Inside, and Oxenfree. But there were other ones too that I really wanted to play. Bendy and the Ink Machine. Beacon Pines. Maybe we'll do Beacon Pines next, which kind of has a really cute like vibe to it. I love the art style of a lot of these characters. I feel like it could be a really good one. Like it looks really good. And it says that it's got... I think it said that it's got some like kind of spooky-ish vibes to it somewhere on here. Oh yeah, horror, some horror vibes in there somewhere. So we might try that one, you know? How many gifted to play out of sight right now? Right now? I don't know, Chad. I don't know. If we would have to play it tomorrow. Yeah. Let's break his sleep schedule. A Boo Bear. I love the little Boo Bear. I really do. I really do. Bear, gotta grab snacks. I love it. Beacon Pines has some horror vibes too. Chat, should we play? Okay. What is the next spooky game we should play? I'm going to add a poll here. We have a few options. I really want to play. We've been trying to play at least one spooky game a week. At least one. In a perfect world, we would play a lot because as you can see, this is a very extensive list. Now, we knew that we wouldn't get to all of these games. If we are able to get through at least six by the end of the month, I would be happy. Oh, we did play Neva too. We did play Neva. Yeah. Okay, we played Neva, which wasn't like a spooky game, but it had spooky-ish tendencies, you know? It had spooky-ish tendencies. So the next game, we can either play Beacon Pines. Rip. Hold on. We could do Beacon Pines. We could do... I don't want to give you too many options because then it gets confusing. We could do Little Misfortune. Is it Little Misfortunate? Mrs. Fortune? Oh my gosh, I can't spell. I'm so sorry. We could do... Oh, there was another one. We could do Never Song. And one more. Oh, we could do Slay the Princess. Now, whatever game we choose... Oh my gosh, chat. Hold on. I messed it up. I always do 15 seconds. Okay, there we go. So this will be the next spooky game that we play. I don't know when we're going to play it, but we'll play it eventually, you know, sometime this week. I'm thinking maybe Thursday or Friday we'll play it. I know every time it defaults to 15 seconds and that's just not enough. Little Misfortune is good. I've heard good things about it. I really want to play Little Misfortune. So if it's the game that's not picked, we will still probably play it at some point. I heard Shady Part of Me is really good too. Dredge, I still want to play at some point. Franbo, I heard was really good. The Last Campfire is like not really a spooky game, but it has like campfire cozy vibes. And I played like the first hour. I really liked it. I played it last year. Little Nightmares 2, of course. And I really wanted to play a Resident Evil game this year. I don't know if we're going to have time though. There's just too many games to play. I just don't know if we're going to have time. But I probably will play Resident Evil 4 on my own, just as tradition. Like I always play Resident Evil game every Halloween, every Spooktober. I always play a Resident Evil game. So I'll probably play that on my own. But in the very minimal time that I have, Out of Sight or other 2 to 4 hour ones, you can beat in a few in a stream. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. We at some point, maybe the final week of October, you know, as it gets closer to Halloween. Little Misfortune won the poll, chat, but it was close. Slay the Princess was next. Beacon Pines, I was expecting Beacon Pines to win. It's going to be Spooktober forever. I told you, chat, that October might have to roll into November. At least half of November may still be spooky. I'm sorry. October's just not long enough. 31 days? It's not long enough. I need more. I need more days. So we might end up doing this for a little bit. I forgot how long Beacon Pines gameplay is. Oberdin might be my favorite game of all time. The experience and emotions were incredible. I always try to recommend it when I can. I forgot to add Oberdin. Okay, chat. We just need to quit all responsibilities in life and only focus on spooky games. And we might just finish half this list, you know? We might just finish half this list. All right, let me see. Anyway, enough of the distractions, chat. I'm so sorry. When someone recommends a game to me, I have to see, because we might just happen to stumble upon a gem. And I think Out of Sight looks like I added it to my wish list. So we will try to make time for it. So we could extend Spooktober. We also lost some days because you had a rough week that one week. That's true. We definitely will extend. Yeah. Spooktober 2, even spookier. I thought it was funny. I don't know. Happy to contribute to the wish list. Yeah, thank you so much, chat. If you ever have any suggestions on games that you live and breathe by, that you just think are the bee's knees, by all means, please recommend them. I love being recommended new games. I love being exposed to new things. Games that there's games that I love to this day that I would never know about if someone didn't tell me about it. You know? I have a bunch to dump in the Discord. I know we have a game rec section in the Discord. It seems like people are throwing suggestions in there, which is really nice. All right, we came here for wood. We came here for wood and stone. Let us go build a coop, shall we? And then we can focus on buying chickens. And then we can start making mayo, which mayo is not going to be our main source of income, but it is going to be something to get us started with making money, you know? I think mayo is easy to make. Chickens are easy to tend to. So Jody wants a cauliflower. You know, not in this life, Jody. I'm sorry. Maybe. Well, okay, I think we have one that's almost done. Yeah. Let's see. Let me scroll up really quick. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Keeper is 5 hours long. Keeper. Okay. Oberdin. I really want to play Oberdin too. So I will abide by the poll, chat, and we will play Little Misfortune. We will play that as the next game. And then we will go from there. I do want to make time for Oberdin and Neversong and and I'll have to take a look at Keeper and Out of Sight and Slay the Princess. And luckily, a lot of these games are pretty short, so we should be able to burn through a few of them. But we might have to add a stream this week just so we can play another one. Yeah, because we beat Neva in the last stream, and that only took us 3 hours. I love games that are short and sweet, you know? It's like Sabrina Carpenter's last album. Fantastic. Isn't that what it was called? Short and Sweet? I'm pretty sure. It was a great album. It was a great album. Had to get it on vinyl, you know? Gretchen, thank you so much for the follow as well. And thank you so much for the check-in. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, not an extra stream. I know, the things I put you through, chat. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you have to put up with this for another stream, probably on Saturday. Probably be another one. Yeah, we'll probably do an extra one on Saturday so we can make time for more spooky games. Where should we put this? I guess we can dump it right here for now. Yeah, I think this will be a good spot just for now. I mean, yeah, just for now. And we'll clean up the farm. I think we'll put it here. We'll clean up the farm and build paths and things like that too, you know? No more streams. No more streams. Gretchen, thank you so much for the hydrate as well. An extra stream sounds great. I enjoy your streams, Rye. The community is awesome. Also, lots of great people. Yeah, honestly, Willow, I take no credit. I take no credit for the incredible people that have stopped by and showed such great love, I think, to the people here and the people that are here, the love that they've shown, not only to the streams and even just by showing up, but to each other, the fun comments and the commentary and the dialogue that you all share with each other that I see you sharing and the conversations that you have it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, you know? And I think for me, I think I've always wanted, you know, I've always struggled to find spaces that I felt like I fit, that I felt like I really fit, you know, that you didn't have to water yourself down to fit. And you didn't have to remold yourself to fit because you were scared that people wouldn't like who you are, is like just being yourself. And it's a beautiful thing that we've created a space where it feels like people can just be themselves, like truly be you. You know what I mean? As cliche as that sounds, like, you know, it is really cool. You know, if you can't find the space, then you create the space. And I'm just the person that presses go live, and you are all the people that brings life and love into this thing. You know, you the ones that breathe life into it. I'm just here, you know. What is the saying? What's the saying when you're here, your family? Is that Olive Garden? That's not Olive Garden, right? Is it? Maybe it's Lowe's. Which one is it? There's a. Is it really? Is it really? I was just kidding. Is it really? No, we can't use that slogan. They'll definitely sue. They will definitely sue. It's just what I think about sometimes. Like, it just pops into my head. Definitely just pops in my head. Which fits for how much we like food. I really only ever went there for the breadsticks. I haven't been to Olive Garden in so long. I don't even know if they still really exist like that. I'm sure they're still somewhere around here, but I have not seen an Olive Garden in at least 5 years. When you're here, you're cozy. Let's see now. Now we're thinking, chat. I like where your head's at. Let's go check the shop while we're here and see if she has anything. We look like such a vampy. Look at us. Look at us. I don't see us changing this outfit. This is actually Pretty peak. I love it. That's the slogan. When you're here, you're cozy. I'll have to work on the delivery. Oh, look, we got the red cabbage. We got the wool. Now, if we were an assortment of summer seeds, Chad, if we were really trying to go for the, if we were trying to go for community center, this would be such a beautiful combination. You get the wool off the jump. You get the red cabbage off the jump. This is lucky. Lucky lunch. Insane. Bok choy is here. Cookies are here. Oh wow, fruit salad. Battery packs. This is not a bad haul. We are doing the Joja route. So as far as this is a spooky farm, and with it being spooky, we leaned into vampires and vampire lore and stories, but we're also leaning into it. What if this farm was an absolute nightmare? Now we already have mobs on the farm, which definitely adds to the nightmare aesthetic. However, we are also adding terrible choices to that list. And what is more of a terrible choice than choosing Joja? You know? And as someone said, I think you all said it the first day we started this, that it basically sucks the life out of the game, which makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. I love it. I love it. This is the only farm where we would do the Joja route. On the other two farms that we have, the beach and the forest farm, we're doing the traditional route, the community center, you know, and yeah, we're doing corporate vampire. Yeah, corporate vampire baddie. Free range organic humans have the most delicious food. Joja ruins the flavor. Free range humans, and they're organic. That's crazy. That is crazy. But also true. This is true. Free range organic humans. Yeah. We need that. We need that. But yeah, we decided to go the Joja route just for this run. I also wanted to see what going the Joja route would do to the story and to the overall experience. I heard you just buy everything. So yeah, probably not very fun. Free range in this economy? Oh boy. All right, let's put one of these little trees down. Sometimes I put the trees here and they grow, and then sometimes they don't. It's very strange. So we can't buy chickens. Is there anything? Maybe we should go fishing, chat. Maybe we should go fishing so that we can get some money. We'll go fish in the ocean. Maybe we'll get a super cucumber or something. But I was just thinking, if we do some fishing now, then that could really set us up for buying some chickens. I think we could buy, I think they're 800 a piece. To be fair, a good vampire would have that generational wealth from $1 they invested in 1927. Actually, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that Coca-Cola company that they invested in, right when it was just selling Cokes out of a little minivan, you know, and now they're worth $1 billion, and you bought 90% of the shares for a nickel and your left shoe, and now it's definitely worth something. That seed might get walked on. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're walking on them. I mean, what's the point of living for centuries if you aren't rich after a century or two? That's true. Imagine living for centuries and still being broke. Relatable, but questionable, you know? Like, what are you spending your money on? At the saloon? We got a halibut. Yeah, chat, this is it. This is how we get the money that we need. Imagine for living for centuries and going broke in this economy. Imagine living for centuries and then all of a sudden you hit 2025 and now you've got to pay $12 for eggs, you know, and $10 for your thoughts and thousands of dollars for the emotional distress that you have to live through on the daily. You know, all that money that you made in 1927, it's got to be gone, right? I mean, there's no way. There's no way. But maybe, you know, maybe you invested in Nike back when they first started, and now that money just keeps rolling in. You know, Marcy would have been a baddie in 1927. I mean, maybe, you know, maybe. I just told you a lot about me. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Oh, I love it. Imagine being a therapist for someone who's poorly hiding that they're a vampire. Oh yeah, like the puns that you would throw in, you know, the puns about being thirsty and, you know, only ever wearing red, you know. But you know what? In a show like Vampire Diaries, Stefan and Damon probably would have got away with that, and people would have thought it was totally normal, you know. There is a show called Lucifer it's kind of like a comedy in a way. And it's about this character who is actually Lucifer, but he spends a lot of his time in therapy over the daddy issues that he has. And he comes right out at the beginning of the show and tells his therapist that he is in fact Lucifer. And she thinks that it's like a coping mechanism or something like that, and it turns into a whole thing that I won't spoil, but it's really funny. I feel like, you know, I feel like a show about vampires in therapy would be actually pretty hilarious. You know, I remember when he really showed her his face. Yeah, and she was completely distraught because she realized that he was in fact telling her the truth. And he was like, I never lied. But she thought it was like, you know, she thought he was a narcissist, which I guess in a way he was, but he also did tell her the truth about who he really was. It's a whole thing. It's crazy. Ben and Matt and Dogma is peak for this. Bree, thank you so much for the follow. And Ox, thank you so much for the follow. If I said it wrong, please correct me. I know I probably got that one wrong. Webtoons and K-pop and vampires. Oh my. What a life, right? What a life. Would love that. Imagine if your therapist was a vampire. Yeah, then they could just like, I guess it would be unethical to be a vampire and be a therapist, because then you could just coerce people, you know? What did they call that? I forgot there was a term for it. Compel. You could compel people. I don't know if that was just strictly like a Vampire Diaries thing because they wanted to be cute. But I don't know if you can actually compel people. Fishing bubbles. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're totally right. I don't know if I can reach that one. Oh, it's too far. It's too far, chat. It's too far. When are vampires ethical? Good question. Oh, ripperonis. Is this? No. That's a good question. When are vampires ethical? I don't know if there is an answer for that. You said it correctly? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. I was worried. I was worried. Guys, I start my new job in 1 week. Oh my gosh, congrats. Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you over the moon? We must know. We must know. We got a halibut. All right, we probably should run back. I'm going to try to catch one more fish and then we'll run back. Chat, can we get some hype in the chat for the new job? New job. Nervous but excited? That's huge. No, that's huge. That's huge. I love that for you. I think that's going to be great. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Chad, I always want to know what's going on in your lives, good or bad, honestly. Like, I love, you know, it's always nice to root for you. And I think there's lots of people here who want to root for you and want to support you and want you to feel the excitement, you know? You know, as someone that never really grew up with, you know, cheerleaders in that way, or like people that would really like celebrate your small wins or your big wins or any wins at all, you know, I always try to pride myself on being the ultimate cheerleader. I'm really good at it, you know? And I think there's lots of people here who want to cheer you on. So only share what you're comfortable sharing, of course, but never feel like it wouldn't be welcome news. I can't wait to hear about it. I think this is gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge. The first day is always it's nerve-wracking, but it's exciting, right? I think it's exciting. There we go. Look at our little plot of strawberries working. Look at our plots here working. Look at Robin working. For once. Robin likes to take a day off every other day. She takes a day off, so that plot of land will be built sometime in the spring of 2027. My first remote position? Oh, even better. Even better. The ability to work from home, I would say, is something that I have always strove for. That would be cool. That would be cool. That work from home life, you know what I mean? That work from home life. What a time, right? What a time. Once I was in school at the time, and I was working from home, or doing school from home. We're doing all of our classes from home. And being able to go to class in your pajamas and not feel judged, you know, with your morning face mask still on. It's a beautiful thing, you know? It is a beautiful thing. I love it. I love it. Just be confident in your ability and humble in your role, and you will slay all day. My brother's friend got engaged. Holy moly, are you serious? That's huge. That's huge. Work from home is nice, bit lonely at times, but worth it. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Lucky for me, I have 2 cats and they keep me pretty busy. So, you know, they keep me pretty busy, which is great. I think it's part of the reason I got them. Yeah. Little tag team duo, those two, you know? Yeah. My friends and I sometimes go to each other's houses and co-work together. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I feel like if I went to my friends' houses, I feel like we wouldn't get any work done. We wouldn't get any work done. We wouldn't get any work done. It would be pretty bad. But also great at the same time, you know? But also great. Got a cat supervisor on site already. Oh, so you're good to go. You're good to go. My apartment just started allowing pets, really hoping to rescue another cat. Oh, that would be nice. That would be nice. Because I got the first cat, and then the next year I was like, I feel like this cat probably could use a little bit of support, you know? A little bit of companionship, you know? Someone to bother, you know? And so that's how we ended up on that one. But and then we got 2, and I've debated getting a 3rd one, but I feel like it would be too much. You know, I feel like 2 is, you know, Two is good. You know what I mean? I feel like 2 is good. Yeah. I feel like 2 is good. I don't know if does anybody have 3 cats? Because I feel like I don't know if that would be good. You know? Did you get your cat a cat? I did. And there's a part of me that wonders if I should get them, you know, if I should get them another cat, a cat for the cats to play with, you know? I think about that a lot. Yeah. 2 is minor in chaos. 3 is major in chaos. Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I think I feel like 3 would be a lot. It would be a lot. It would be a lot, chat. It would be a lot. Three depends on the dynamic between the first 2. Sometimes it helps smooth out the roughness by adding a diversion, but sometimes it's just wild. I know I can't imagine 3 cats running around here. I feel like I would go bananas. I really do. The third is a demon, so I can't give advice here. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, 2 to 3 is the right number. And I'm like, well, let's just get a little pack of them, you know? Let's get about 3 or 4. You know, but then you get 3 and then you want the 4th one and then you get the 4th one and, you know, it just keeps going. Just keeps going. Just keeps going. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Chat. I think that's going to be a good spot to end it today. But I would love to raid someone. I would love to send some love. There's been so much incredible love that's been shown to us and this community, not even just today, but the last week or so. I feel really honored to be able to have gotten the chance to meet so many of you over the last week and be welcomed into your world and be welcomed into ours. And it's a beautiful thing. It really is. And I loved doing that for other people. And I would love if we could go and show Freya some love. She is currently streaming right now. She is playing Palia. So if you're looking for some more cozy vibes, they don't have to end here. You know what I mean? The cozy vibes can continue, and a great way to support another incredible creator that is trying to build a community and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna set up a little raidy raid, and we have two different raid commands. That's one for subs and then one for non-subs. We would love to throw some love, send the Cozy Grove over, and all that good stuff. Let me see if I can actually do this right. But just so you know, guys, chat, seriously, thank you so much for hanging out. It really does mean the world. You know, we've had fun. Today was fun. We'll be back tomorrow. We will be playing some Palia tomorrow, which will be really good. I cannot wait. Let's see if I can just figure out how to do this, chat. If I can just figure out how to do this. Palia Chaos Tuesday. I know I'm going to need some help, chat. I'm going to need some help. So hopefully you will help me tomorrow. We'll be back around 1 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. And again, thank you all so much for hanging out. And I will see you all in the next one. Bye, everybody. Sucking.